You know? I was doing a lot of cutting and pasting.
Yeah, no, I've heard that from a few towns.
Okay, so this at 6 o'clock on, what is the date today, March 19th. This is the Zoning Board of Adjustment for Madison. And we will have a similar agenda tonight as we had last month. That is, until approximately 8 o'clock, we'll be addressing the question of the cell phone tower question. And after 8 o'clock, we will be addressing the remaining short-term rental cases that are on the docket. So tonight, last time we had a long section where we had public testimony. We are still in the hearing section, so the public is welcome to make testimony. Our focus tonight will be on getting the results of the various reports which had been requested, right? So Attorney Springer will start off. If you have questions, please do not interrupt him. We'll let him finish his presentation, and then I'll entertain questions on that report. Then we'll go on to the next report, and so on and so forth. And anyone who has something else to say that you weren't here last time and you'd like to make a comment or something like that, of course, it's a public hearing. You're welcome to do that. But we're going to start by taking a look at the reports.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, again, my name is John Springer. I'm the attorney for GMR, and I'm joined by Victor Druin, also of GMR. I have some extra copies of the balloon test I brought. I don't know if people want them, or has everybody seen it? Anybody? There's a few people.
Excuse me, just a point of order. Kate, have we skipped over anything we have to do to start the meeting? We're already in the hearing, right? So yeah, right.
Well, yeah, what about Jennifer?
Oh, that's a good point. I'll clarify. Right.
That's the only thing.
So, Mr. Springer, I want to clarify one thing about the board tonight, and that is that we have all of the regular members present. Mr. Dempster was not available last time due to a medical issue. I prefer to continue with the same board we had the last time, but I give you the option if you wish to go to all 5 regular members and ask Jennifer to step back into her alternate role. That's your option. Otherwise, we'll stay with the board we had the last time.
As long as I prefer regular members, no offense to anybody, but as long as the regular member has read the minutes or been brought up to speed, I would say regular members.
All right, that's fine.
But that's-
Yes, he has viewed
Okay.
the application. He's read the minutes, what's available, and he has seen the TV broadcast.
Okay,
So.
that's how I would prefer to proceed.
Okay. All set. Okay, so Jennifer, you're back to alternate, and so that's Bill, Sharon, Drew, Doug, and George.
I think the main thrust of this evening, Mr. Chair, as you already noted, is reviewing the reports. And I want to start with the balloon test, of course. And I assume everybody on the board has their copy in front of them. The balloon test took place on February 25. I understand there was a delay in the start, and I apologize for that, but there was car trouble for the crew to get there. But I think the bottom line for the visual study, which comes from the balloon test, I think supports what we were saying previously, and that is the visibility of this tower is going to be very limited. For those who do not know, just very briefly, 3 balloons were floated. The top one at 170 feet, the middle one at 150 feet, and the bottom one at 130 feet. And on the second page of the visual study, it shows you where the photographs were taken from. And I'm just going to walk through quickly. The first photograph, 1A, shows the balloon at the northwest, facing northwest from the top of the west slope. It's about 325 feet to the proposed site, or the picture was taken about 325 feet away. And the photograph 1B has the balloons removed and a simulated tower array with the antennas in its place. And again, I want to underline the top balloon's at 170. So if you look at these photographs, because we're asking for a 150-foot tower, the second photograph where it's visible is at 150 feet. And I would note on that first photograph, you can just barely see, I think, the second balloon through the trees. But that's from the northwest 325 feet away. The second photo is from King Pine Road. It's approximately 623 feet from the proposed site. You can see, again, the top balloon through the trees. And the second photograph has the proposed monopole with the antenna arrays in its place. And obviously this is during pretty much the dead of winter. No leaves on the trees, so I think the visibility of that is going to be even less during much of the year, the majority of the year. The third photograph was from it's the view from southeast King Pine Road. It's about 720 feet to the proposed site. The tower was not visible. The next photo is from Fox Road. It's about half a mile to the proposed site. And it's just barely visible. It's hard to pick out the balloon in the first photograph, I think. The second photograph has the arrow, which helps. The next photograph is from Madison Road. It's about a mile from the proposed site, and the balloon was not visible. The next photograph is from East Madison Road. It's just under 4/10 of a mile, and the tower was not, or the balloon was not visible. The next one is from Eaton Road. It's about 6/10 of a mile to the proposed site, and you can, on the second photograph, photograph 7B, you can see it just sort of peeks over the top of the trees. Photograph 8A is from Eaton Road, Purity Spring Resort. It's just under 9/10 of a mile away. And again, you can see on the second page the view of the monopole, which we again think is pretty limited. The next photograph was off Eaton Road from the parking lot. You can see the chairlift there, obviously. It was not visible from that location. The next one is from Milt's Lodge. It's about 3/10 of a mile. It was not visible. The next one is from Littlefield Farm on Eaton Road. It's about 0.44 of a mile, just over 4/10 of a mile. 11B shows that view, and it's very limited, but apparently it does peek over the tree line a bit there. And then I believe the last photograph, photograph 12A, is from Sunset Beach Road. It's about 6/10 or mile or so. And again, on the last photograph, you can see apparently the balloon was, again, just visible over the tops of the trees. So we feel that's a very successful visual study. I think a lot of people were expecting that the visibility was going to be far greater. We were confident that it was not, but it's good to see that in the visual study. Yep.
Review this for the public. They're proposing, they're asking for a variance because the standard is it's not to be visible above the bridge. The other piece of information is that cell phone towers are line of sight, so that's the basis upon which they're asking for this variance. Okay, the board is neutral on this point at this stage. Do you want to take questions on this particular point?
I would prefer just to continue on and take questions at the end, if you don't mind. I would also note we are asking for a height variance as well, for the same reason. But yeah, yep.
Two variances associated with the height and the visibility.
Yes, yep. And then the next report is the town's consultant, Mr. Pegasic from IDK Communications. Again, I have a small number of extra copies if anybody needs it, wants it. I don't see one hand, if I may. And I think it would help for the board, if you have a copy of our radio frequency report handy as well, to compare a couple of the plots, which I will do. Mr. Pegasik's report confirms that essentially the antennas have to be above the tree canopy, and also recognizes that the 700 megahertz footprint is less than the 1900 megahertz footprint. And he used a minimum signal level of negative 95 dBm, neg 95, as they say in the trade. Honestly, if you look at our report, we went down to, or went up to, neg 85. The number, as the number gets larger, because it's negative, the coverage is worse. So neg 85 is better than neg 95, and so on. I wish he had, and this is not necessarily critical of him, but I wish he had also done neg 85, so it would be more consistent with our report as well. But he used one color, green, to indicate the coverage at neg 95. We used green for neg 85 and then orange for neg 95. In our opinion, neg 85 is more what covered, or more what the carriers really want and use and require. But having said that, we feel that Mr. Pegasik's report certainly corroborates what we've said. His conclusion, I'm going to skip to the conclusion first. He recognizes the gap in southeastern Madison along Route 153 and the adjoining roads, which is exactly where we said we're trying to cover. And he said that the proposed site at 150 with the antenna height of 145, and I think he's talking about the center line there, offers coverage to those areas identified to have the gap in coverage. And that's exactly what we're saying as well. If you look at figure 1 of Mr. Pegasik's report, which is on page 5, and if you compare that to our attachment A on our report, you will see that they're very, very similar in terms of where the coverage is and where the gap in coverage is. And if you, our attachment A shows you where our proposed site is. His does not on that first page, but I don't know if you can see it, but you probably know where it is anyway just by looking at the roads on his plot, but it's pretty much right in the middle. Attachment A, which is basically the existing coverage without this site turned on, so to speak. And if you compare those two plots or figures, we think they're very consistent in terms of where the existing coverage is and the existence of the gap in coverage. And I would note, to my understanding, Mr. Pegasik does not represent telecommunication carriers or tower companies. I think all he does is represent communities with this type of review. So, right. His figure 2, which is on page 6, is at 700 megahertz. So this is a bigger footprint than what is going to be available at 1900 megahertz. But again, his proposed coverage from this site at neg 95, shown in green, is very similar to what we predict at 700 megahertz at that height. and that would be the attachment B to the GMR report. Again, Mr. Pegasic used only green. We use both green and orange, but the general shape, general outline is very similar, we think.
For the public, just to confirm, looking at both maps, for those of you that might not have them, in my estimation, there is a great deal. You can't hear us? For the public, can you hear me now? If you don't have both maps in front of you, I just want to confirm that what Mr. Springer is saying is essentially correct. There is a very high degree of correlation between the two maps.
Then Mr. Pegasic was instructed to look into recent tower applications in Eaton and Freedom, apparently by another tower company known as Vertex Towers. He represents the anticipated coverage from a tower which is proposed in Eaton, and it's at 700 megahertz. It doesn't say what the tower height is on that, I don't think. I would have liked to know that information. But he states that the coverage identified or the anticipated coverage from the Eaton site, which is proposed, does not extend down toward the southeastern part of Madison. And that appears to be a correct statement based on Mr. Pegasic's RF plot, which he attached on page 7 of his report. He also looked at, apparently, the Vertex application in Freedom. Again, this is at 700 megahertz. Again, he does not give the tower height. He said that this site proposes to extend coverage into Madison. Again, that's at 700 megahertz, just like the one he ran in Eaton. The 1900 megahertz plot or the footprint from both those sites is going to be much more limited, as we've discussed. I can tell you that I don't know where Vertex Towers is in their application process. I've never been to Eaton, so I can't speak to that town, but I have been to Freedom. I've zoned towers in Freedom, and there's no sure thing that tower is going to be approved. That's a fair statement, certainly. We also don't know what the visual impact of that tower is. I would be shocked if that tower has less of a visual impact than this tower we're here for tonight. Now, taking one step back, I just want to point out my understanding is last meeting I went through the tower criteria, not the variance criteria, but I deferred discussion regarding the visual impacts. Section 6.6 sets out, of your ordinance, sets out 2 or 3 different sections that deal with visual impacts. And the first one, the main one in my opinion, basically says you don't want a tower that has potential visual impacts measured by the basis of change in community scale as exhibited by relative height, mass, or proportion of the facility within its surroundings, the contrast created by new visual elements set against a contrasting background, how different colors and textures contrast against the existing background, and basically how the use of material, I'm quoting, use of materials that are foreign to the existing built environment within their proposed surroundings create visual blight. I don't believe there is visual blight. I think the balloon test established that. I think we meet that criteria because this is very low visual impact in our opinion. And even where you can see it, you're a distance away, and it's the view of the tower is very attenuated. So, and again, subsection B of section 6.6 and subsection C also deal with visual impact and protecting the existing environment. And for the same reasons, we don't believe there will be impacts, visual impacts, as a result of the tower. Having said all that, Mr. Chair, I've never gone through the variance criteria. I'm happy to do that now briefly, or I can wait until we take questions.
Yeah, let's take that separately.
Okay.
I do want to make one comment, and that is that you did ask Mr.
Pegasic?
To clarify potential overlap. Just to underscore what you said, the Eaton Tower is irrelevant to our application because they cover entirely different districts. The Freedom Tower, there is some overlap. And the method that Mr. Bugasic used was to identify a target region, which may not be everything we would want to look at, but it's a method of measurement. And there was about a 20% gap in the coverage if only of that particular target area, if only the Freedom Tower existed. And I also want to say that that went down to minus 65, which is of course, 70 is about the bottom line of where you can actually reliably use a phone. So 65 is just below the usable level, and the point being that for our purposes as a zoning board, the tower in Freedom does not really represent an alternative solution for us. So as the board can decide this later, but it appears that we don't need to consider either the Eden Tower or the Freedom Tower in terms of potential impact on this application.
Thank you.
We can have further discussion on that or from the board, but that's effectively the implication of the supplementary report that we asked Mr. Pajasic to give us.
Thank you.
So just to go over the actual visual impact, in case you don't believe me.
Excuse me? Okay, who do we have here?
Peter Dow, a butter.
Oh, okay, just a second. We haven't recognized public yet. Are you finished with your presentation for the moment, apart from the?
Yes. Apart from the variance criteria, yes.
Okay, all right. Were you sworn in last time?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Then this is a public hearing, so we'll take comments and suggestions. So you have 2 minutes to make your presentation.
So the real visual impact of the photos, and you can see the photos that I gave him, I imposed what the tower would actually look like from the actual photographs. Keeping in mind, I used a 4-foot balloon that is actually under this.
Sorry, if you're speaking to the microphone.
Oh,
so
sure.
I can't capture it on camera. If you want to take it off.
No, I don't want to take it off.
Whatever.
Just move a little closer. So you can see the balloon at 170 feet, which we all know the tower will be at 170. So using that, it figured out this is a 20-foot wide array that will be up there. So that's what you will see. On the second one, this is a view from my property, a budding property. At the 170, the 150, I can see all 3 balloons, and this is what I would be seeing. That's from Eaton Road. This one here would be the lake from the picture from Sunset Beach. You can clearly see, and like I said, under this, he has the photos right there, that there is a balloon under that. That's what you would see from Sunset Beach. This is a view from Littlefield Farm. That dot's nothing, but that's 170 height. Clearly, you can see 2 balloons there. Well, you would if I pulled that off. This is from the public road and the recreation area down by the tubing park. And you can clearly see all 3 balloons from there.
Peter,
Yes.
stand on the other side because the
Oh.
public can't see.
Sorry, you guys didn't see any of those? Sorry.
Can't see.
Sorry. So this is the tower from the roundabout up top. That's what you would see. And the big pole. What they don't depict is the size of the pole that goes all the way down. This one get this. Thank you, John. This is an abutting property, and you can clearly see the tower is 20 feet wide off of this 4-foot pole, so don't be misconstrued by this balloon. You were going to see it. This is what you would see from that view. This is the view from Sunset Beach, a little less, but you can clearly see it. The view from Littlefield Farm, once again, you can see the tower from here. This is the tubing park, public road, recreation area. Clearly see the tower, clear as day. Another abutting property. Right there, you can see at least 2 of the balloons from there. This is the residence at 255 King Pine Road. This is what their view would be with the pole. Now, this is probably not the exact tower that they're going to have, but it's close.
It's also before all the clearing of the trees.
Yes, that too. This is the Grossman's residence. This is what they would see from their porch or just their house and the public road. Clearly not that nice. Is it 2 there? This one is the southern view of the lake at 153. This photo's a little bit bigger, so you can see the balloon is right there. And that would be the size of it. This is the southern end of the lake also, from like the mill area, public road, cell tower, clearly all 3 balloons. Once again, abutting property, all 3 balloons, big tower. This is their map of service area that the King Pine is going to give. Now, I know that you said the Freedom Tower isn't much, but the Freedom Tower actually gives all of King Pine, all the way from 25 to Hatch Pond, combined with the one which does all of the same area that this small tower does. Nobody's getting up by the top of East Madison Road. Doesn't matter which tower. This is Eaton and Freedom combined, and you can clearly see it does from 25 all the way to 16, pretty much the entire way of 153. Once again, still including all of King Pine. This is just the Freedom. You can see where it does the King Pine areas all right here. Once again, it may not be usable, and well, I think this is just another, that's the Eaton and Freedom one. The Freedom Tower has no opposers. I've talked to the building inspector. Seems like it's going to go through, whether it's relevant or not for this particular case, but it is clearly going to give the service that one's going to give and more. If safety is the issue for 153, these 2 towers are going to do everything you need, as opposed to having one up there. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Were you sworn in last time? Okay, let me swear. What's it? You want to? You have a question? Sure.
I have a question for Mr. Dow.
Come back to the microphone, please.
There, how's that? Can everybody hear me? Well, the engineer in me is asking, how did you determine the scale of your tower compared to the balloons? How did you
So,
come about with that size?
The balloon is 4-foot wide balloon. So I took the scale and measured it from 4 foot to be 20 foot wide off of the balloon. So that's why every picture is different size, because I made sure that it fit the size that it was supposed to be. So that's really what you're gonna see. And that's at 170, and we all know in a year, it's gonna be at 170. Because they can do that without permission. Yeah, I mean.
So, Mr. Springer, is it? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay. Yes, that is. Mr. Dow has contended that the array's width is in fact 20 feet. Is that approximately correct, or not? Okay, and you identify yourself and.
Hi, good evening. I'm Victor Drew, and I'm the applicant with Green Mountain. I've owned Green Mountain Communications here in New Hampshire for 32 years. We do these all over New England.
Excuse me, one thing. You weren't here last time, right? So you weren't sworn in?
No,
So
sir.
can I ask you
Yes,
to
sir.
swear in? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you give pertaining to this case will be truthful under the penalty of perjury?
Yes,
Okay.
I do. So we do these all the time. We work for all the carriers, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile. And a typical platform for all of these towers is 12 feet. That's how they come. They're standard. It's a standard part that comes. It's not 20, it's 12. It's still big, but it's about half of what was represented firstly. The second item, which is the adding of the 20 feet, we flew this. The reason John and I went back and forth on this regarding flying the second balloon at 170. So we have a computer model that basically tells us where you're going to be able to see 150. And when we flew 150, we said, holy cow, nobody's going to see this balloon. So we said, unless we do something else, we're going to have to, unless we go taller, nobody's going to see it. And then they're going to say, well, you guys shortened the rope, or you're going to do this or that, and then we're going to have to refly balloons. So we flew the balloon that's higher. So under President Obama, they shot clock. There were a bunch of telecom initiatives that were done, which was a provision in the Federal Telecom Act called 6409, which allows you to add 15% to your tower up to 20 feet to allow co-location. So that was meant in a fashion so that you wouldn't have to build a new tower if you could extend it. That was the whole purpose of the provision, to basically get rid of proliferation of towers. So that was 2012. So to date, I have done exactly, in all of New England, and we do probably 800 jobs a year, our company, we've done exactly 0 6409 projects. I've owned 45 towers or 50 towers. We've done the 6409 extension to exactly 0 of all the towers that we currently own. So in most cases, as long as there's capacity down below, the next carrier in doesn't want to go through the hassle of adding and paying for an extension and things like that. So I've never done one. So since 2012. So not that it can't be done, it could be, but it's not a common occurrence at all. So.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, wait a minute. Were you sworn in last time, I believe? Okay, come up to the microphone, though, please. And state your name. Mhm.
I'm Mary Lou Dow. My question to you is, you build 800 towers a year?
No, we work on, we have about 800 or 900 projects a year, which are everything from mods, maintenance, new construction, taking care of existing infrastructure, public safety.
Okay. How many monopoles do you build? On an average? 300, 400?
Last year, we probably did 35 to 40 new sites.
Okay. And how many of those sites are 400 feet away from somebody's house? How many of those are on a recreational place? How many schools do you put them on?
A lot.
How many churches do you put them on? Wait, I want to know the answer, sir.
I'm going to give you the answer.
Why can't he give me the answer? I'm asking him.
He's the registered agent. He
Okay,
may
fine.
answer the question if they agree.
Okay, so my first question was I want you to answer how many of these manifolds do you put up 400 feet away from somebody's house and in a neighborhood on a recreational, beautiful sanctuary? How many?
Can I have a microphone?
Sure.
Thank you. A lot. I've put antennas on the Portsmouth Hospital building If you're familiar with Portsmouth, New Hampshire, if you drive down 95, they have about 3 or 4 antenna arrays stuck to the side of their building. They're next to people in the hospital who are dead and dying and sick. I have done many within, they're on college campuses, on where there are dormitories. There are many within residential neighborhoods. If you drive up and down Route 16, you will see towers. Go across Route 4. Many of them are within 400 feet of residences. It happens all the time.
Would you want one in your backyard? I'm sorry.
I have one almost in my backyard. I live in Wolfboro. I live kitty corner to the high school. There are about 3 arrays on top of the water tower there. And I'm not sure, it's probably a football field away, maybe not even. They go into church steeples all the time. Well, you don't like my answer, but that's the truth.
I was sworn in last time.
Okay, come up and state your name.
Yeah, I'll do that. So, thank you. My name's Lou Gasinski. I live on King Pine Road. I'm really here to talk about what the voters approved and asking you to consider the voters. For number one, in terms of the violations of the zoning ordinance and the master plan, the height violation, the proposed 150 monopole far exceeds the ordinance limit of 10 feet above the average tree canopy, violating Article 6, Section 65A. Now, I'm concerned that it could go to 170, and that would have more of an impact on the height violation. The fall zone risk, GMR seeks to reduce the fall zone, increasing the risk to people and property, contradicting Section 6.5.e. And the monopole versus the mast type design. The monopole design is more visually obtrusive than the mast type tower, violating Section 6.6.m and the master plan, which you seek public input on. The goal of preserving the scenic character of the town of Madison. And then the antenna array exceeds the ordinance limits. GMR's proposed antenna array exceeds the 4-foot diameter limit by 3 times. I think it's 12. I'll go with that. That gentleman had mentioned that. That violates Section 6.6M1 and increasing visual disruption. And then this is another key point. I haven't heard a lot about at these public meetings about alternatives. Madison's ordinances require exploring existing structures such as ski lift towers or utility poles. GMR has not provided it exhausted these alternatives. So I'm curious to hear more about that. But I'm simply here to say when I go out and vote, I vote on ordinances. I expect them to be enforced. There are a variety of different ordinances that are being asked to be waived, and that's troubling to me, and I'd hope that you would consider my input. So thank you very much.
Let me respond in a couple of points of fact. One is that the reason why there are no alternatives being considered here is that that's the planning board's authority and responsibility, and there's 2 avenues of approval, and the zoning board of adjustment is only one of those 2 avenues. So that's why the alternative location is not actually part of the agenda of this particular board. It is part of the town's agenda, however. Okay, so as far as the other things are concerned, is that the reason why there is a zoning board of adjustment is so that when there is a reason to ask for a variance, we have 5 criteria that we have to satisfy. If we are satisfied that all 5 criteria are met, then the zoning board of adjustment is authorized to make, point exceptions to the zoning ordinance for cause based on those 5 criteria. So there's due process here in that aspect. It's not just ignoring the zoning ordinance. We are here in this hearing as part of that process. Other questions or comments? If not, oh yeah, Did you? Okay, yeah, come on in. Would you raise your hand and let me... Do you swear that the testimony you give pertaining to this case will be truthful under penalty of perjury? Okay, go to the microphone and state your name, please.
So, hi, I'm Ellen McDonald. I hate this.
You have to get real close.
I'm Ellen McDonald, and I hate this. So, if I seem discombobulated, it's only because I am. Some of this may be redundant, I don't know. But there are people in our neighborhood who can't be here because they are snowbirds and they're not here during the winter, or they are second homeowners and they can't be here midweek. So some of these questions have been asked to me. So obviously there's a lot of concerns about this, and a lot of them we can't even address, which I find kind of weird. It's really too bad. So I'm going to ask or mention some of these. So I wonder how it would even be possible to get this thing up our road. Our road is so twisty and so narrow, and the wires are so low. I guess I'll ask you guys, because you're going to be the ones who are doing it. So are we going to lose electricity while you move this thing up and down the road? Really? Okay. Have you driven up our road? Okay. How tall would you say this thing is? On a flatbed, on a crane, or?
It's pretty similar to what a phone power company would use. We use a trailer like they would transport a telephone pole.
Yeah, we need
I
to...
can give you a spare microphone if you like.
Yeah, that
Well,
would be...
I will say that we have had people drive up our road and take the power lines down. It's happened, we all know. So that's just one of the things that I would question.
So the pole comes in sections.
Turn around so the camera can see you.
So the pole comes in sections, and it's typical to a regular telephone pole. They're 36 to 42, 44 feet, depends on how it's manufactured at the end. And then we put it on a dolly and tow it with a pickup truck, so it's not high.
Okay.
So, yeah.
If they do come down, you guys would pay for that, right? So the next thing, is it true that you could actually just abandon this?
Tell you what, how many questions does she have?
Yeah,
Only a
why
couple.
don't you ask
Only
the
a couple.
questions and then
Okay,
let
okay.
him come up and
so
answer them.
is it true that it can be abandoned? Because if we do a tower, or Freedom does do a tower, they have their balloon test. Tomorrow they go to their planning board, and then their zoning board is next week. And as I see in a lot of these pictures, the coverage is redundant. I wouldn't pay for your tower to service Sunset Beach when I could pay for a tower that would go all the way to Eaton. So I think maybe it would be good if we see if that other tower gets approved. So if it's abandoned, do you just get to leave it? I don't think that's fair. So many of the homes in our neighborhood are second homes, but they're owned by families who have been on this land for decades. They bought the land from Milt Hoyt. I'm looking at some of you families. And it's not like they rent to people. My worry is if people leave, and that has been discussed, how many people from far and away are going to buy a home on King Pine, and then we, who are left, if we stay, are going to be surrounded by short-term rentals. I don't think anybody wants that. It should be noted that chances are I will not get service because I'm under where you're building. And that there's a very small area that will actually get service from this, a lot of it not populated. And am I correct that over the side of the hill coming into Madison will not get service from this tower? I would like to point out that this map, for whoever has seen it, makes no mention of the fact that there is a house right there. and there is a house right here. It's funny it's not on there. That's all.
As part of the approval process, we would post what's called a removal bond. We've already submitted, I believe, as part of our application, the estimate for the bond. This is common. Communities require the tower company post a bond to remove the tower in case it becomes abandoned. So it's not a situation where GMR is just going to be able to walk away and leave the tower there. And the reason the abutters aren't shown on that sheet is because they're shown on the other sheet in the plan set.
Okay, so I think you wanted to take a moment. Just a second, Nicole. Do you want to make a comment? Do you? Nicole, did you want to make? Yes, go ahead. Were you sworn in last time? No? Okay. Do you swear that the testimony that you give pertaining to this case will be truthful under penalty of perjury? Thank you.
I just want to, Nicole Nordland again. Can I ask a question of the zoning board? Is that allowed?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a public hearing. You can
Okay.
ask.
So the zoning board is probably the board I'm least familiar with. So I'm just curious if the people that elect the zoning board, the people that you represent not wanting the tower, is that sufficient grounds to deny the variances?
Not in itself. We have 5 specific criteria, and the tower must meet all 5 criteria. In fact, that's what we're going to go through in just a moment. So
Okay.
you can hear their arguments. You'll hear our arguments during our deliberation, which is then later.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so if they're, okay, sure. Have you
I was
sworn in last time? State your
Yes.
name and...
John Sexton, King Pine Road. We've already talked about it. The master plan for Madison is about prioritizing scenic preservation, rural character, and environmental integrity. And it seems to me that this contradicts all of that. And also visibility from public roads. We can agree, I believe, that Route 153 is a scenic road now. You've got beautiful views along the way. And now it's going to, part of that scenic view is going to be this not attractive tower there. And the presentation I watched, I was here for his first presentation and second presentation, and in both cases he kept referring to the 150-foot tower and never mentioned that it could go up 20 feet. And when it was pointed out by somebody in the audience, I noticed your expressions and people in the audience like, whoa, didn't know that could happen. And that was kind of misleading, I would say. Disingenuous, I believe somebody referred to it at the last meeting about that. And also in his first presentations, he mentioned that there'd be no noise and no fumes and things like that. And then somebody brought up that what happens when the power goes out, at which point he immediately said, oh, well, there'll be generators up there and a couple of different generators and the fuel and all that stuff, which again was sort of misleading, I would say, to us, to you, to everybody here as to how this works. So I personally, honesty and integrity is important to me, and I like people who are upfront and say what they mean and don't ignore important points. And I know in following along sort of the question of the previous woman, to me, first off, asking for 5 variances is a lot. 1 or 2 I can see, but 5 seems like an awful lot to ask for. And I don't know if this is part of your criteria, but to me, a couple questions should be asked. One, do we want this tower in Madison? And I think based on the people here, the petitions you got, people don't. This is not going to benefit Madison proper at all because it's blocked by Go Hill and Lyman Ridge and all that stuff. This tower is not going to help Madison proper, just possibly East Madison and heading up that roadway, and clearly the people of East Madison don't want it. And then the second question I would ask is this tower necessary? Is it needed? And as has been pointed out, the tower in Freedom, the tower in Eaton will cover everything that this covers. So it's not really needed to me. But what I think doesn't matter. It's what you think.
Okay, just a moment, I believe. Were you coming up to speak? Yes. Were you? Okay, so, all righty. Do you swear that the testimony you give pertaining to this case will be truthful under the penalty of perjury?
John McDonald, Crooked Pine Road. Real quickly, I've been in Madison for some or all of every year since '67. Love the place. We've had a house there since 2017. I have issues with these variances. I'm hoping that you say no. One of them, John Sexton started in, and he said 2 of the 3 things that concern me. Attorney Springer actually was selling us on the fact that there was no machinery, no fumes, no noise, and then turned around and minimized that when the fact that there could be all of that. The 170 thing, I'm a little confused because line of sight technology has been said repeatedly, pine needles being something that keeps the signal from getting where it needs to go. There's a lot of pine needles and there's not a line of sight in a lot of it. And my understanding of this Freedom Tower, I have talked to the person who's putting it in. It's not in a scenic spot. It's not near a neighborhood. I would guess, and my understanding is it'll run down Route 153 to Paul Road in Eaton. So that'll be interesting. But my third disingenuous thing has really bothered me, and I believe I sent a letter to this fact. Every single notice about this project has said that it would be on Lot 1 on Tax Map 249. Tax Map 249 does have part of Lot 1. It does not have the part of Lot 1 that the tower would go on. Conveniently, Tax Map 248, which has the spot where the tower would go, also shows all the residential lots around it. So I'm just curious if you can even notice a project and use a tax map that doesn't show the location. It just seemed convenient that the actual location with all the residential lots was not in the notices. As far as who wins on this project, there's likely to be other cell towers. Nobody in the neighborhood wants it. I believe you've seen petitions with most of the neighborhood saying they would prefer you did not authorize these variances. But what a beautiful location if you're going to be the party that enjoys the revenue stream, because the town of Madison Road will give them all the access to within a few hundred feet of the tower. They will not need to maintain access to the tower because the taxpayers will be maintaining that access on King Pine Road that services a residential neighborhood. My last comment, property values, I understand, are one of the criteria for denying a variance. And I'm not sure how you define property value, but I would like to ask you to consider the value that a home that's been in your family for 50 years has for the family that lives in the home. Dale Grossman, sorry to do this, Dale, but he spoke last time he was here. I met Dale in 1979. He and his brother were living in the house. I never met his dad. Dale's a great neighbor. They've enjoyed that house for a long time. His family was there for a long time. And they probably will move if you authorize this. So the property value to the Grossman family deteriorates tremendously. And to me, that's just as good a definition of property value as what somebody might get for selling it. So I hope you deny it, and thank you very much.
I was sworn in last time.
Yes, state your name.
Andy Burdell. Sorry, I need my glasses for this. So, John stole my thunder. He hit upon a lot of things I was going to. There's a couple of things that I'd like to touch upon with it. The balloon test and the pictures that were depicted don't really make sense because they're going to cut 100 by 100 square feet. So there's going to be a lot of tree coverage that's missing out of those pictures. So you're going to see more of the tower. So they're not affected by, quote unquote, these pine needles that apparently mess with the service. The 150-foot thing everybody touched upon, we were told that until he was pressed that it could go another 20 feet. It wasn't even mentioned. The same about the generators. Of course, it's not their company that's going to be putting in the generators, but there's going to be one of each of the cell carriers most likely putting in a generator. So whoever's abuts that property are now going to have 4 generators running in tandem until power is restored, which happens a lot in Madison, as we all know. This whole thing has been dragged out, I think, purposely. No abutters were even, nobody knocked on any doors, nothing was done. It was almost as if, I'll be quiet, let the 150 days pass, and let this thing go through. As the gentleman before me mentioned, there's like 70 signatures of people that don't want it, and from what I was told, this tower was supposed to support 80 to 90 people, so you already got 70 people that don't want it, so that's all I really got. Again, I'm not an eloquent speaker, but thank you for your time.
One thing that was mentioned several times was the fall zone. The tower could be 170 feet high. Just from the perspective of point of fact, is there a structure anywhere within 200 feet of the tower? So if the tower were to fall, the fall zone does not affect any existing structure and does not extend outside of the property line of the Purity Springs. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so the fall zone is not an issue in terms of, I mean, it's perhaps formally an issue because there's a internal property line inside Purity Springs, but there's not actually an issue with the fall zone.
Yeah, it wouldn't fall off from the property, and it would not fall towards anywhere near anyone's house.
Okay, just a second. Let's have the board. If you want to come up and say something, you can come up in a second.
Yeah, I have a question. So if we're looking at a 170-foot tower, the gravel road is 170 feet long from the edge of the compound. So if there was a fall on the tower, it would get very close, if not on the circle that it's built off of, correct?
If it broke off at the bottom, I mean, we do these all the time. The reality is most of these towers you can design them so that there's usually a crinkle point. So if we had extremely high wind, you had a huge snow load and ice load on that tower, and we had a hurricane force wind, you can create a crinkle point, which is a weak spot in the pole. So essentially the top half of the pole could collapse. So you design in. You can say, well, I need this to fall within 60 feet or 80 feet or 100 feet, and that's essentially is part of the design of how you would do a pole, especially if you had any let's just say there was a house or something within that 150 or 170 feet, you would design in a crinkle point into that pole, and you'd have an engineer stamp that and provide that.
Is there one currently? Sorry. Is there one currently designed into this pole?
Well, we haven't designed this pole yet because it's not approved. So, but we just knew from the height what we needed to provide coverage to the area. So we would come back, and based on how this hearing goes or the subsequent hearings, we'd say, okay, look, this needs to fall within a 100-foot circle. Let's just say, and that's how it would be designed, and that's would be what would be put into the permit when we finally came to file with it.
Okay, thank you. I have more questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I have a couple more questions. With regard to line of sight, you indicated that the tower being at 150 feet, if there were other carriers in your best estimate that wanted to add to this tower, your intention, or not necessarily your intention, but your first objective is not to go up, but it's to go down. Then why have a tower that's 150 feet? Why not have one then that is that 130 feet, especially if you're going to be taking down trees in a 100 foot by 100 foot, I want to say square of, to be able to erect that tower. Those pine needles will be gone. They will not be an impediment to your line of sight.
If I may, the reason I want to say one thing about this thing about the height. The reason I talk about 150-foot towers is because that's what we're applying for. There's no disingenuous about that at all. We're applying for a 150-foot tower. That's what we talk about. The reason we're at 150 feet is because one of the purposes of the telecom section of your ordinance is to promote co-location. You can't do that without some height. The antennas, the carriers need 10 feet of separation between center line and center line. So if the center line of our antennas is at 145, the next set of antennas, center line, is going to be at 135, and then 125, and then 115. If you lower the tower to 130 and you get 4 carriers, and I think there's 5 licensed carriers in this. I mean, Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T, USCell. Sprint no longer exists, but Sprint became part of T-Mobile actually. But if you, and this is one of the reasons we're asking for a variance for the height, is because you allow 10 feet above the average tree canopy. Well, the average tree canopy as defined by your ordinance is actually below the actual tree canopy. So you're essentially putting one spot on a tower above tree line. One spot. Because if you go 10 feet down, you're in the trees. Now, can you get some coverage at that level? Yeah, you probably can. But can you get 3 or 4 carriers on that pole? No. And I would also note, since we've heard about the number of variances requested here, the reason we ask for a lot of variances is because you have a very, very restrictive ordinance. You do. I mean, I'm not saying that's a good thing or bad thing, but that's why we needed all these variances. One of the variances we're asking for is you require mast poles rather than monopoles. And Mr. Begasic pointed out, which is what I said the first time around, a mast pole reduces the number of carriers who can be on the pole, leading to more towers in town. I've seen that requirement, I think, twice in my life. I do this a lot. I know Freedom has that requirement. We had to go to Freedom to get a variance from the monopole restriction. And so you have a very restrictive ordinance, and that's why we're asking for so many variances. I mean, we can't help that. I would also note, I'd just like to talk about the fall zone issue, because in terms of tower failure, they're very rare to begin with. There have been any number of storms where people ask, do you have one of these in your backyard and all that? My experience has been there have been a number of storms where we've lost power. This is when I was living down in Exeter and now up in Wolfboro as well. We've lost power, we've lost everything. The only thing that worked in our house was our cell phone, because the towers didn't come down. telephone poles and wires did, but not towers. So it's very rare to begin with. When they're built, if there is a failure, they don't come down like this from the base of the tower. What happens is, because if there's snow or ice at the top, ice load, and or heavy winds, what happens is the tower bends until the wind surface or this area exposed to the wind is lessened, so that the wind can then flow over the tower without bending it further, if you follow what I'm saying. And so what Mr. Druin is saying is they can be engineered, and this is done pretty frequently, so that the bend point or the crinkle, as Mr. Druin said, is at a specific height. They over-engineer the base of the tower up to, say, 100 feet, if it's a 150-foot tower. So that crinkle point will be at 150, or excuse me, at 100. The top 50 will bend over. And so if it fails, and again, I think this is very, very unlikely, but if it does, it's going to assume a bent position. And we can engineer it so that that bend is at, a specific height on the tower. I hope that answers your questions.
Thank you. I do.
We have another person standing here. Do you want to let her go first?
Yeah, actually, let them go.
Okay. Were you sworn in last time?
Yes, I was.
Yes.
Leslie Pritchard, I'm on East Madison Road. I just did want to mention that at the top of the ski area, you might not have houses, but you do have a lot of recreation people on skis going by down Pokey Pine, where if you measure like where they did the balloon test over to Pokey Pine, something could fall right there. It's the beginner trail going down the hill and stuff. So, and I don't know how close the other trails, that's the closest one. Then there's other trails in the woods kind of right there. There's activity there. There is activity. And what I wanted to just mention is, I just love Madison, and I love the woods, and have been coming here for years and years. And I love getting off the chairlift and skiing off in the woods. I love hiking in the woods, but I love skiing. I rode up the chairlift the other day with someone who told me that he skied in, he goes, oh, I ski at this place called Mohawk, I think he said, in New York. And he goes, and we ski there, and the family loves it. It's a nice area like this, all good family ski area. And he said he had been coming to King Pine, too, for a while. And he said, the reason I like King Pine is because you ski here all day, and you feel like you've been skiing in the woods. Now, we were just getting off the top of the chairlift, which I call it Chair 2. It's like the second chairlift they built years ago. We're getting off that, heading down the slope, and I'm thinking, they're going to clear 10,000 square feet right off to the left off of Pokey Pine. It's not going to be the woods anymore there. It's going to be different. And I do believe there's a big value in woods. So this, to me, it's just not quite in the right place. Thanks.
Peter Dow. So section 6.5A of the town ordinance is intended to minimize the visual intrusion caused by industrial cell tower protruding above the average tree canopy in a fall zone of the proposed cell tower. The provision well serves the town goal, while nevertheless allowing carriers to achieve technical necessity of having cell tower antennas elevated above the surrounding tree canopy in order to maintain unobstructed line of sight to users to avoid RF signal interference from foliage. GMR makes no effort to even try to comply with this requirement and states that even with the 15-foot extension to 25 feet above the average tree canopy, the AGL height of the cell tower would be insufficient. Yet, GMR doesn't even bother to ascertain the average tree canopy height. Instead, on page 8 of its project narrative and variance criteria, GMR argues when one calculates the average using trees as low as 20 feet in height, resulting average bears little resemblance to the actual tree canopy. The average of one 20-foot tree and 3 90-foot trees is 72.5. In other words, almost 20 feet below the actual canopy. This means that the antennas are going to be well below the actual tree canopy and will not be able to propagate. And of course, as a general rule, there are often more small trees than larger trees in wooded areas. This argument is all nonsense. The recipe set forth in this ordinance is very simple. Have someone go out to the exact site of the proposed cell tower, inventory and obtain the height of each tree 20 feet AGL or greater in a 150-foot radius in the center of the site of the proposed cell tower. Find the average height of all qualifying trees within a 150-foot radius. Rather than doing what's required by the ordinance and establish a factual number, GMR substitutes its attorney's word salad, and then GMR dispenses with the average tree canopy height and requirement entirely. Rather, GMR states that on page 5 of its project narrative, the applicant proposes in lieu of tree survey to establish an average tree canopy to conduct a visual study, properly known as a balloon test. As stated, the applicant is confident that by conducting a visual study, it will be shown that there are no unreasonable visual impacts to the community or to the scenic roads of Madison. The ZBA should reject a GMR's unsubstantiated request to ignore the average tree canopy requirements of the ordinance, but even considering GMR's balloon test plainly demonstrates the falsity of the applicant's representation. The balloon was readily observable throughout the community in the 150-foot AGL level and far more blatant at 170 foot. This variance must be denied under New Hampshire's 5 factors. The variance will be contrary to public interest, is the preservation of the beautiful mountain view shed, the summit free from industrial towers piercing above the tree line. No special conditions exist that literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance will result in unnecessary hardship. GMR's proposed cell tower is a lousy solution for closing a significant gap in coverage. The cell tower will stand in a notch in the mountains, essentially surrounded by higher mountains, which will block the line of sight transmission to the wireless signals. GMR can install small cell tower antennas on top of chairlifts. Wireless coverage, therefore, can be covered for the ski area and likely residents of the summit. Small cell antennas can also be deployed in existing utility poles. GMR can provide equal or not better coverage without destroying irreplaceable view shed. Therefore, not unnecessary hardship. Thank you.
You're good?
One more.
All right.
Sorry.
What's that?
I have about 60, a petition with 60 people that want you guys to stick to your zoning rules.
Okay.
Drew?
Yeah.
I just have a question for you.
Okay, yeah.
I have several questions. Do you want me to just wait to the end?
Oh, let's let,
I can do whatever you
yeah,
want.
no, yeah, just hang on 1 second. Let's have
Yeah,
this.
I just want to make a clarification. We're talking about 100 by 100, the 10,000 square feet there. That our proposed site area is a 50 by 50, but the ordinance requires a 25-foot vegetative buffer around it, which makes our 50 by 50 100 by 100. So we're really looking for 2,500 square feet. The goal is that when I do a lease, I have to lease it. I have to look at your ordinance, and I have to do a lease for 100 by 100. That doesn't mean we want to disturb 100 by 100. That just means if the planning board came back and said you had to do plantings or you had to do X, Y, Z, our preference would be to keep as much of the vegetation to preserve the area as possible. So it's really, it's about a quarter of what was been mentioned. So, but our goal is certainly not to go up there and deforest at all up there. So it's be very selective.
Thank you.
I have a question about that.
Okay, we'll let Sharon ask her question about that, and then Bill will go.
Yeah, I have a question about that. In looking at your plan, it shows an existing walking trail, yet the shrub screening cuts right through and across that walking trail and around the other side of it. What's your proposal to maintain that existing walking trail and have people still be able to access that who have been accessing it for 100 years?
So in between all those pines, there's a walking trail, but there's also a frisbee golf area up there. There's all kinds of, there's rope ladders, and it's pine trees, pine needles on the ground, and the guesstimate is they would go around the 50 by 50 fence, I guess would be the best way to do it. But it's, the whole area is a play area, right? I mean, they run summer camps up there, and so that's, yeah, just would go around it, I guess.
Okay. Okay, Bill, do you have some questions?
Yes, I do.
Make sure you use the microphone.
I sure will.
Just a second, we're going to let the board ask some questions, and we're not going to shut down the public hearing.
Do you want to wait to let him go ahead and talk? I have no problem with that.
Well,
You've got, looks like at least 2 people.
okay.
And maybe a third.
Okay.
Queue up.
Okay,
in a four.
come on. Okay. For those of you who've already spoken, unless you have something new to say, I appreciate that we keep the public hearing moving. So, were you sworn in last time? Okay, so, do you swear that the testimony that you give pertaining to this case will be truthful under penalty of perjury? Okay, state your name, and you'll have to adjust that microphone.
My name is Kathy Hunt. Can you hear me? So I don't want to reiterate what has been said, but in general, my husband and I are opposed to the cell tower. We are in a butter. I live on Pokey Pine Road, and right off the main trail there. And we have been residents. We've had a home for 30 years. I learned to ski here. I taught my kids, teaching my grandkids. The recreational area is from the boys' camp to the girls' camp that I attended. This is a really special place for us. And I'm opposed to the variances. I'm opposed to a cell tower. And I did not realize, I was aware of the balloon test, but we also live in Rhode Island, and I couldn't get up here for that. So a neighbor, very nicely, but unfortunately climbed on my deck to take a picture from it, and I did not realize, but we do have visual on the balloon, so that's an additional new concern I have. But I just wanted to let you know I am following a lot of the other people that have made some excellent points and shared their concerns with you, so thank you.
Thank you.
Drew, can I ask her a question?
Yeah.
Yes.
So what I'm hearing is that you can actually, from where your property is, see the tower.
Yes.
May I ask if you're paying a view tax to the state of New Hampshire?
Do I pay taxes?
A view tax.
Without that tower there, do you pay a view tax to the state of New Hampshire?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
See, I believe you were sworn in last time. Is that correct?
Dale Grossman, live at 255 King Pine Road.
And were you sworn in?
He was.
I was
Yes.
sworn in.
Yes.
I just have a question. The day of the balloon test, I live right down the street, so if people were calling me, did they go by? Did they go by it? Of course, they didn't start until about 8:15 because all I could do is look out. I look south, I can see the whole road. So I walked over, and they're measuring out the fishing line, which is supposedly the 4x4 round post, and it's fishing line that holds the balloons up. But then there was never any surveying of where the tower was going to go. There was never a post or anything put in the ground by surveyors or anything. So it was kind of amazing to witness someone walking around with a cell phone all over the ground. I don't know what he was looking at, some kind of map on his cell phone, and then they thought they found where it was, and then 20 minutes later, they moved it over, and then they decided to put this is where it's going to go. Well, they couldn't put the balloon up there because there's trees in the way. So they moved it about 20, 25 feet north, and then the wind actually blew south and north, which made the balloon even fall down below the tree line more because of where they put it wasn't even where the real tower's going, is my question. Why wasn't it surveyed before where the tower was going to be put in? I mean, it was so bogus, someone walking around with a cell phone trying to figure out where the tower was going to be placed. I mean, I couldn't believe that it was even going to be there. That's my question. Is that the way they do all of them?
You can respond to that if you
someone
wish.
was walking around with a cell phone.
You can respond to how that was located if you wish.
Done at all your sites? I find that very bogus.
Can we let him
Let him answer the question.
So the balloon basically wouldn't go up through because of the branching and the pine trees, so they couldn't.
No, I know that. But
Excuse me, so let him answer your question.
So they essentially offset it by 28 feet, and they noted the location and pulled it back. So when they take the photo sims versus the actuals, they made the correction. So the thing that he's talking about that the guy had on his cell phone is the surveyed plans, which had the coordinates on it. So essentially, it was offset by 28 feet from where the center dot on the site plan is. So they knew so that they could actually weave it through without cutting branches and doing anything else to get it to fly. And then they corrected it with the simulation. So.
Okay.
And they also take the wind. So if the wind is blowing and it's 5 miles an hour, and they will say, okay, well, we've got 5 degrees of tilt or 6 degrees. They know what that offset is, and they'll pull it back. So they can also correct those things with the simulation. But typically, the other benefit of flying multiple balloons is you can see when they're lined up, if they're straight, and if they're staggered, then you know that there's been a deviation. So it helps. Actually, the more balloons you fly, it helps you correct for any deviations that might have happened.
So what I would suggest in the future is if you ever come across this again, they should map off the area of trees that is going to be cut down with a yellow ribbon all the way around so people can get a visual. Because when you stand at the road and look, if you had seen where all the trees are going to cut down, you would have had a lot better visual appearance of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do you have something?
So here I am again. So first of all, I just want to say that the last house, the Crofts house, there are so many little kids in that house. And I don't think they know exactly where their lot line is. So when they're playing out there, if that tower should fall, it could cause a problem. Also, could it hurt a skier? That's all. And then you never answered my question, because I think everybody in Madison should know the answer to this question. This cell tower is really not going to help this area here, the village of Madison. It's basically going to service from Paul Hill Road to how far south, which is basically the resort. I don't think Madison needs to provide service so people can take selfies. Thank you. So if you could please just tell us.
Well, actually, they've provided an RF map that shows us exactly where the cell tower is going to provide service, so I think he has answered that question.
So will it come into Madison?
No.
Okay, thanks.
I'm Mary Lou Dow. I just want to put this up one more time so that everybody can have a visual of what actually it's going to look like. Okay? It's right here. The public interest is to carry out the preference of the citizens of the town of Madison for the ridgeline protections they enacted in their town ordinance. That's exactly what they voted for, and they knew what they were doing. The citizens of Madison intended to protect their cherished woodshed, especially the view sheds of the surrounding mountaintops that are visible from the town's public roads. Application of the ridgeline requirement imposes no unjustifiable hardship on GMR or Verizon. The requirement is non-discriminatory as to a carry or carries out of the desire of the town's citizens for a tower sitting that provides the least visible profile in order to disturb viewage as minimally as possible, and one that is particularly does not protrude above any scenic ridgeline visible from a public road. GMR does not and cannot argue that this restriction constitutes an effective prohibition of personal wireless service, and indeed a small cell wireless antenna solution is technology feasible that solves the so-called coverage gap issue without creating any viewshed degradation issues at all. Granting this variance would be entirely inconsistent with the spirit of the ordinance. Granting the variance would result in substantial injustice. The voters of the town of Madison voted for the ridgeline restriction in order to protect cherished mountain viewsheds, which are important for the residents and the visitors' enjoyment of the town, which contribute heavily of the town's economy. The economy is here. The people come because it's beautiful. It's healthy. It's clean. It's pristine. I stood before you the last meeting, and we talked about this. No one wants to look at this monstrosity. No one wants to live under this manipole. This is something really is being raped. This land is being raped. There are other options, and I said it before, I'm going to say it again. There are other options. And you, my friend over there, are not going to get service with any of it. So I just wanted to say, I oppose this. I hope that you really think hard about it. It shouldn't be about the money. There we clearly have the other options. When we first started this conversation last time, it was about the safety of 153. This was really the coverage of King Pine. So if there is a tower going down 153 and the other going down 153, why be redundant on a beautiful sanctuary? Thank you. Did you all see this?
See, were you sworn in last time?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, let me swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony that you give pertaining to this case will be truthful under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Hi, good evening. My name is Deborah Burdell. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend the last meeting. I did watch it in its entirety, so I appreciate this, that I could see what was going on. My husband and I moved from New York in 2009 to get away from the city and the hustle and bustle of Long Island. We hated that. We moved to New Hampshire for its natural beauty, for the recreation that we enjoy. We lived in North Conway for about 2.5 years, and we looked for over a year to find our perfect home. We found our perfect home at 92 Fox Road. And we've put blood, sweat, and tears into that house. We not only have an emotional investment in that home, but a financial investment. Some questions were being asked about property value. I did speak to several realtors, one of which was going to be here this evening, but sadly he had another business obligation. He could not come. I did, however, bring quite a bit of studies and information from the Board of Realtors discussing the actual impact of cell phone towers on residential home values. If you're in a small radius of a cell phone tower, you can look at minus at least 2.5% off your property value, and going up to 9.78% if you have an actual view of the tower. That's pretty significant. Maybe you're not invested. You're the only one here that's going to be making money and getting something out of this tower. Okay, right now, currently, the people at King Pine can utilize their cell phones through wireless calling, which is easy as flipping on a button on your phone, wireless calling. You can use your phone. You can go on social media if you really need to post that selfie or tell everybody what you're doing at the moment. Me personally, I've lived in my home for 13 years. I have wireless calling at my home. Guess what, people? We have survived. Like, what did we do in the 90s and before, like, the phones really came out and people were so reliant on cell phones? Personally, since I moved up from New Hampshire, half the time my phone, you can ask my husband, my phone is dead in my purse or somewhere I don't even know where. I've really become so detached from that. I don't want to be that person. I moved here really to get away from that. I love New Hampshire, and I especially really love Madison. And I am thankful for your restrictive ordinances because I really feel we need to preserve the natural beauty of our town. And God bless Madison because we are abundant in it. We have beautiful, pristine lakes, beautiful mountains, and honestly, this tower would be raping that beautiful land of its natural beauty. I do love King Pine. I go there with my little girl who loves King Pine, and do you know what she said to me? She goes, Mom, if they're gonna put up a cell phone tower, doesn't that mean that they're gonna have to rip down all the beautiful trees up there? Are we gonna be skiing into a cell phone tower? I said, well, pretty much, yeah, you're gonna see it. It's gonna be right there. And her other question was, well, what about all the little animals that live there? What about the birds? You know what? We have bald eagles, we have hawks, we have so many animals living right around. I have fox in my yard on Fox Road all the time. I mean, it's a beautiful sanctuary. The Hoyts, if you go on Purity Springs' website, King Pine's website, they put up what their goal is and what they meant to do. For the last 100 years, that land has been preserved and kept beautifully, and it's pristine. I can't imagine that they're actually really excited about a big cell phone tower going up. I don't know, they're not here, I've never spoken to them personally, I'm just going on what I've seen. I can tell you by my neighbors, their reaction, and I'm not talking about people a mile or two down the road because they're not directly affected by this tower. The people that are affected are the ones right on top of it. Me personally, my back window where I look out every single day, I sit out on my deck with my coffee or with my chickens running around my yard, and I love looking out at the beautiful scenery behind my home. That's why we bought it. I didn't buy it. I could have bought a house anywhere up here, and we chose that location for its beauty. So for that reason, it does contradict Madison's ordinance goal of protecting our property values. This tower is really going to be a monstrosity, and it's going to be downright ugly to the people that live there. We don't want it. That's number one. Again, the impact on our recreational, the tower is highly visible from King Pine Ski Area, Purity Lake, public roads, violating Madison's recreational protection ordinances. Again, people don't want to go skiing to go look at a tower. They don't want to go and kayak out on that beautiful lake to look at a tower.
Can I ask you to summarize your arguments, and we need to keep going here.
Yes. So I'm sorry, I don't mean to be repetitive. And I do apologize for my outburst before to the attorney when he was speaking, when I asked if he wanted this in his backyard. We just don't, and I apologize for my outburst. That wasn't, it just kind of came out, and I'm sorry. I am very passionate. My family's very passionate about this. And I just really feel like people come here for the natural beauty, and that is really just a detriment and a monstrosity, and it's just really not needed or wanted. And I thank you all for your work. I know you don't have an easy job, and I just implore you to please keep Madison beautiful and keep these ordinances right where they are because they're protecting a beautiful place. And we'd like to keep it that way. I know my daughter wants to keep it that way, and she wants to stay in our house forever, I've been told. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Yes, Mr. Dow, you've already spoken several times. The board, several board members have questions to ask, so we're going to let the board ask their questions right now. So Doug and Bill will have a chance.
Unless
Okay.
there's a specific question from
Excuse me. Either come up here and be sworn in, or okay. This will be the last public comment for a moment until we need to let the board members ask the questions that need to be asked. Okay. So, were you sworn in last time?
No.
Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you give pertaining to this case will be truthful under penalty of perjury?
Absolutely.
Okay. Please. Name and...
My name's Christine Garbach. I live at 207 King Pine Road. I've been following this the entire time. I don't want to repeat anything because everybody's really expressed things really well. And I actually just wanted to say I was against it at first, but as I sat here, I can't help but almost get emotional because I came up here as a child, and it was our escape. And as I got older, I graduated from college, I could go anywhere in the country. And I knew I wanted to be in the Valley. And for individuals my age and younger, it's become extremely hard to be able to get your own home. And I looked at all the surrounding towns. And the reality is, I chose Madison because of your zoning regulations, because it would guarantee that it would stay rural, it would stay woodsy and private, and it would, I don't even know how to express myself right now. I'm so overwhelmed because I chose Madison even though I had to pay more. The taxes are more, right? The taxes are to support this, to support you keeping my home what it is that I bought. So I'll keep it short. I just would like to ask that you do the right thing in my eyes and stand by the zoning rules and regulations that you put in place, which support exactly why I chose to live here.
Thank you. I'm going to let Doug speak first, and then Bill, you have several questions, okay?
Yeah, I've got a quick... Turn it on. Hey, I've got a quick question. Have you looked at building a stealth tower rather than a simple monopole or mast tower at all?
We do stealth churches, steeples, all kinds of stuff, towers. So yes, we do that.
And have you posited this for this location, putting a stealth tower?
This is
in?
usually something that's figured out in zoning or planning.
Okay.
But it's, in some cases, depending on the balloon floats, if you get a tree, just for instance, if you're going to do a simulated pine tree and it sticks extensively above the tree canopy, it looks odd. It looks out of place, and it actually draws the eye to it because then technically it actually is 20 feet wide after you put the branches on it. But when you, so a lot of cases we don't. This one's just barely above the tree line from most viewpoints, so it could be done. So
I'll have to say that, you can sit down. I know where there are 3 of these cell towers that are stealth built. You wouldn't know that they're there unless you know that they're there. And you, after a month driving by it every day, you're not going to see it. I guarantee you, you will not see that cell tower. I had one other question, but I let it go.
We'll come back to it. Bill?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to ask some questions. I guess even though I'm retired, the technical engineer kind of comes out. And I have several questions that have to do with process procedure and applications required. And then I have some general questions. But I guess the first one I'd ask, and we'll get this out of the way, is, are you familiar with the Woonsock Airport? Are you familiar with the Woonsock Airport?
Guess not. Possibly.
The Woonsock Airport is in Ossipee. And I'm going to ask a question in regards to Part 17, getting the FAA involved with an airport that potentially could be in the flight path. And the reason I'm asking that is because if you've done your due diligence, you will get a yes or a no. And you've proposed to have no coatings or lights on the towers. If in fact it does not meet the requirements of that, you're going to have to paint it a certain color, whatever, and put lights on it. So that now comes into play with the Madison zoning ordinance.
So when we did the site in Freedom a year and a half ago, we dealt with windsock, and it did not come into play. So we do a full FAA. So we did the Tower, which is the preliminary FAA, and it came back clean, which it did in the case of Freedom. So we're assuming right now that that would be a no. I do not believe we've done John, did we do the full, has Delilah got back the full FAA yet? But we do a full FAA, which the Tower is the preliminary, and if you're not within 5 miles, then you're clear. It'll come back clear, and then you do a final regardless to make sure you're not in any other flight paths. But yes, we're familiar with all that process.
Okay, so familiar with that, but it also would have an effect on what we as the zoning board, because now you're talking about putting lights up there, you're talking about painting instead of galvanizing, and that would have an effect on the mast and the view.
Right, so the Tower came back, no navigational hazard. That's what it said.
The tower that we're talking about at King Pine.
Yes,
Okay, so you have done a report.
yes. We did the preliminary, so
Okay.
there's 2 reports. There's a preliminary that you run.
Right.
And
I
then
think
then you file the actual.
Okay.
So but the preliminary came back as no hazard.
Okay. Right, right. Okay, that cleared up that. Other question is regards to backup power. That is 47-9.02. What are you proposing for, you know about this requirement also, I'm sure, about backup power and having it for 8 hours and 24 hours, and those options. Have those been done? Or let me ask it another way. In the cell towers that you do, what do you typically do for backup power on these? And in particular, in a location similar to what we're talking about in Madison.
Yeah, so almost all cell sites now have, because they're essential service, the cellular coverage is considered essential. So there is backup generator. So the FCC has determined that the carriers, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, would have to provide generator backup. So that's a requirement, and the duration of that is also driven by that. So what we would normally do is just go to the town and figure out whatever the noise ordinance is and do sound housings, but on the units themselves. But they're typical. They're the same, essentially the same size as if you had a big home, you'd have a 20 kVA generator, an 18 or a 20, 25. That would be the size that they would typically run. They would run a 200 amp service, essentially.
And that would be for each carrier? Or just one generator per site?
Usually each carrier does their own.
Okay, so now we're potentially talking about 4.
Correct, 3, yep, most likely.
Sure.
Sir, can you also explain to me, tell me, how are those generators powered? Are we talking propane? Are we talking, how would they be powered? And if they're propane, where are those tanks going?
So they do each of the carriers does an environmental assessment, and they will come back and they will either do propane or diesel. So it'd be a belly tank if it was a diesel, and if it was propane, it would be an above or below ground tank within the 50 by 50 compound.
Bill, by the way, the FAA requirement is 200 feet AGL for having it lighted.
I have a couple more questions. Maybe this can go for Attorney, Springer. I was going to call you Jerry, but I don't think that was appropriate. A quick question that's kind of been on my mind, and I think it kind of came to a couple of the folks that spoke here. How did you come to choose this location? Okay.
So my kids also skied at King Pine. I live in Wolfboro, so I've been coming here for years myself. And we hit up the Hoyt family. We did a lease back in 2015 when we knew there was coverage needed, and I did a lease with Mr. Hoyt 10 years ago before he passed. Came back, we had it to the carriers. The site kept getting pushed off, and so 2 years ago I came back to the Hoyt family and Purity Springs and said, hey, it looks like the carriers are finally going to build up this Route 153 area, and are you still interested in continuing with this? So knowing that there was no coverage, so we continued the lease that was in effect, and so that's, they do have, so they pay. So people said, well, they have coverage and you can use Wi-Fi on the hill and all that. The family has been paying for that. They have to go to the carriers, and it's pretty expensive. As every time technology changes, they have to pay an upgrade. The carriers have not given them any of that coverage for free. So those repeaters and things that they have, the Hoyt family's been covering for the last 10 years for the resort and things.
I guess it's not in our purview to ask this question. I'll leave it up to the planning board, but because that's one of the prerequisites here in Madison. You go before the planning board for different sites and looking at different sites, and you've exhausted all those sites. Are you planning on having that done if, in fact, you do go before the planning board?
Well, we understand we have to go to the planning board. In my opinion, the site selection issue is before this board because we're coming in on this site. The problem, if I may, the site is dictated by the topography. The reason, and you can look at Mr. Pegasik's report too, but where he shows the gap and then he shows the existing coverage, it's almost sort of like the round area. But it's contained because it's between these two ridge lines. And so there's one ridge line there, there's one ridge line there, there's our site. And so if you're trying to bring coverage to this area here, you can't go on the other side of those ridge lines. And so, the number of alternative sites in that area that are big enough to host this property, that have a need for this technology, is rather small. Because, as I said, it's really dictated by the ridge lines.
Just one point of clarification here on process, so the public understands this. As our board considers this, we are considering the variance requests in front of us, right? And we will make a determination at some point in the near future as to whether to grant these or not. Assuming that we do grant them, that is not the final decision on the location of the tower. The planning board still has to look at and assess the location of, a cell tower or some sort of cell service. That's not the purview of this board. So if we turn it whether we approve it or not, it goes back to the planning board for the determination of that. If we don't approve it, then what happens is they will be more interested in looking for another location. But there's always the possibility they may come back and say, this is the single best location that's there, in which case that would, we might be in a position to have to reconsider those items. But the bottom line is that this board is not actually considering the location in terms of multiple options. This board is considering this request for this location, and we'll determine whether that is justifiable or not based on the 5 criteria. Bill, do you have other questions?
I have one other question I'll ask for tonight, but I want to reserve, if I have additional questions, I can ask those later.
Only got
at another time.
Well, we're
7 minutes left.
Well, we only got 7 minutes approximately left, but we're not going to finish this case tonight in any event, so you can ask questions later.
Okay, I just have one other question
Go ahead.
here. And this is for Attorney Springer. During your presentation and in the documentation you handed into the board, you use the term significant gap in coverage 9 times. Can you quantify that?
Well, a significant gap in coverage is going to be different in every case in the sense that it depends on area covered, it depends on the location, the rural or suburban or urban area of the location. It depends on number of users. It depends on road corridors and things like that. I'm hesitating because significant gap in coverage has both a legal meaning and a radio frequency meaning. Under the Telecommunication Act, it is a violation if you deny a coverage application that would, in part, produce coverage to a significant gap in coverage. And so if, somebody said, well, they're only bringing coverage to 80 to 100 homes. Well, that's true, but if that's a reason to deny an application, then rural America is going to be without cell coverage. I mean, that's the reality. And I'm trying to not get into a whole legal brief here, but the reason we use significant gap in coverage to show that, we believe there is a need for coverage here, that in Madison, Route 153 is a main travel corridor and is without coverage.
Yeah, I was more interested, not in a legal brief, but more interested how it pertains to this particular application before this board. And I started reading it in your presentation, and it was one after another.
Right.
So I tried to look in and find if there was something similar in Exhibit 2, which was your RF report.
Yep.
And in that, the term, all it said was provide improved coverage around the proximity of the proposed site.
Right.
It said nothing about, there was no mention of significant gaps. So I'm trying to get an understanding to help us with what we're trying to do up here is significant gap, 5 miles, 20 people, as it appears as in this particular application.
Well, the RF report that we submitted identifies the coverage area, that the coverage target. It's on page 3 of the report. The main parts of that are Route 153, the King Pine ski area, and East Madison Road. What it says is specifically much of southeastern Madison and the surrounding area would be without reliable services in those areas. That was absolutely confirmed by Mr. Pegasik's report as well. So that's the coverage area, and we consider that to be a significant gap in coverage. Within the context of Madison, I mean, this is not downtown Boston. We get that. But I know I have limited time here, but it's interesting to hear Mr. Druin say he first discussed the lease with Purity Spring back in whatever year it was, 2015, 9 years ago, and now it's finally come to fruition because this is how the carriers do it. First, they build out major urban areas and major urban travel corridors, and then suburban areas and suburban travel corridors, and now, when they go through that process, and of course, urban areas in New Hampshire are different than urban areas in Massachusetts and New York. But once they get through those areas, then they go out into the underlying or the outlying areas, the small towns. The fact that this site only covers that area in 153, the carriers, if that area was bigger, if it wasn't the ridge line there and there were more people here, the carriers would have been here 10 years ago. And I don't want, I know I'm running out of time. Well, I'll leave it at that.
I have a follow-up, though, to what Mr. Dempster asked. He's an engineer, I'm a math major. Use of the words things like limited coverage, significant gap, improvement in coverage, those kinds of things. I'm looking for numbers. Are there any studies that you have that show the square mileage of the gap, what the improvement will be, what that significant gap is? There a metric that says anything over a 3-mile radius is a significant gap? I'm looking for numbers.
Well, we have them in our report on page 6. I mean, it gives the population coverage,
Right.
the area covered, the roadway covered. It gives the area covered in square miles, 2.1 square miles. It gives about 0.6 miles on Route 153, 0.8 miles on East Madison Road, etc. Now, I understand you can look at those again and say, well, that's not very much. But that area is never going to be covered unless you get a site that shoots into that gap. I mean, if the requirement was every application had to cover 10 square miles or 8 miles of roadway, rural New Hampshire, much of rural New Hampshire would remain without phone coverage.
Just a second.
So we do quantify it.
Okay, so we've got a question back here. Were you sworn in before?
No. No, it's just a question. You have to
That's
come
all
up
right.
here.
It doesn't matter. We need you on the television.
Sorry, I'm being a much here.
Sorry. Well, I'm sorry.
Right.
Okay. Do you swear that the testimony that you give pertaining to this case will be truthful under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
State your name and your question.
Jesse Dodier. I live on East Madison Road. Are you willing to work with the community and move your site if need be?
We're here on this application.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for you.
One second. The answer to that question is that through the process of the planning board, they will be working with the community. You've been waiting for a while, right?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, I was sworn in. Mark Tapper, Madison. I'm just going to widen the aperture here for a moment, staying relevant to the issue on the floor. When you're driving south on 153 from Conway and you come into the intersection of Stock Road, from Stock Road all the way down into Eaton, as we all know, is a long descent. It's about 3 miles till you get to the four-way stop in Eaton Village, make a hard left past Little White Church, on into Purity Spring. It is what a doctorate of geology here in Madison calls the Eaton Through Valley. And actually, Madison has its own through valley. It's called the Silver Lake Through Valley, starting around Davis Pond, coming south to the head of the lake. It is a cavernous trench that we're just trying to cell tower our way out of and get frequencies and signals into. We just heard Attorney Springer talking about coverage, quantifying coverage. People want numbers. They want to really take a hard look at what is happening in this trench. And people have made mention of the Freedom Tower, the Eaton Tower. And as a side note, there's a variance request in for a tower on the other side of Route 25 down in the town of Effingham at 104 Snow Road. And I'm not sure how that's going down there. That's a little bit out of our neck of the woods. But I just want you to hear that this cavernous trench, this through valley is 300 feet tall in most of its run, starting from the north end of Crystal Lake all the way to the Danforth Ponds adjacent to Ossipee Lake. It's 300 feet tall when you're standing in the road. It's brutal. So just hear that. And as a final note, I hope you appreciate as much as I do Attorney Springer's acknowledgement of your restrictive ordinances. So maintain that and be restrictive and think this through and think about this cavernous trench that runs all the way through here, and who knows what the future is. There's going to be more of this. You better believe it. You know, it may not be on your watch when you're off the board, but there has to be more of this. You can't cover all of this. It's just too cavernous. Thank you.
It's 8 o'clock, and you two have already spoken. Do you have something?
But you had said something earlier,
Yeah.
based on my comments.
Yeah.
There's a Supreme Court case in New Hampshire. It's Daniel versus the town of Londonderry that says the ZBA must consider alternative sites and solutions to proposed cell tower. There's also federal cases that say the same. So I think I'd like to get a legal opinion from you.
we have a town process that allows us to consider alternatives, and that's all right. We're following our town process.
I
and
question that. I question your statement that you cannot consider alternative locations. I'm just making that my point tonight. You had said that there is legal precedence for ZBAs to take a look at alternative sites. That's my point.
But our application has one location.
Okay.
That's the limitation. Okay, thank you.
Andy Burdell just wanted to rebut to something that was said. If you go to the last town hall meeting we had,
Yeah.
Mr. Springer had said that they were only going to have a trench to run the electrical to the tower. It wasn't until we mentioned the whole power issues we have here that we all of a sudden had to say, well, we're not responsible for putting in the generators, but the other cell towers are if they decide to do so. Well, we know what's going to happen. It is going to be 4. And, you know, again, it's another level of deceit because it's not technically their company that's going to be responsible for the generators, but they know they're going to go in. So, again, hiding the fact about that as well. And he did make a comment. I just want to say, don't let him scare you with lawyer speak and threaten to sue the town, because he kind of made a innuendo about that.
Okay, I'd like to. It is 8 o'clock. I'd like to move that we continue this case until 6 o'clock on April. Excuse me. What is it? 16th. Yeah. April 16th. Here in the school gymnasium.
Before we do that, I had one final question that would bear on an April meeting. So.
Okay, that's fine.
Attorney Springer, one of the requirements is for the applicant to show proof of things that are required in order to approve the variance. And one of those is that it's not degrading to property values. Do you have any studies that show conclusively that a cell tower that's the base of which, I'm not talking about visibility of it a mile away or 10 miles away, I'm talking about the location of it being within 600 feet of homes, what bearing that has on the property values to those homes?
Not specific to Madison. I can give you other reports.
I think we would need to see that what the market impact on the homes that are directly adjacent or within the market area of this cell tower, what that would be.
Or something similar. Obviously, as you've indicated, we're dealing with, shall we say, the front edge of the rural expansion, so there may not be many studies available, but it would be helpful to know the impact. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have moved that we continue this case till 6 p.m. on April 16th here in the gymnasium. Do we have a second?
So moved. Second.
Is there any discussion from the board?
I will not be here
We will have a 5-member board and almost certainly, but Sharon will be missing. Yes. Oh, yes. Mr. Springer, I need you to sign the 90-day, we have an internal that is, right, so if you could sign that, then we, yeah. Okay, so, alrighty. So, board members, voting to continue. George? Yes or no? Yes? Doug?
Yes.
Yes? Yes, okay, so that's unanimous continuation. We'll take a 2-minute recess so that the next people involved in the next case can settle in. No, no, yeah.
So, can you hear me all right? Better? Okay. So, Attorney Matt Johnson, you guys know who I am on behalf of some of the short-term rental administrative appeals. My suggestion, so by my account, there are 5 administrative appeals left. I have a variety of arguments, but the constitutional arguments apply across the board to all 5 as they have in the other ones. My suggestion was going to be allow me to make that presentation first and apply, that way it's in this month's minutes in case, for appeals and stuff, it's cleaner that way. And that can apply to the other, the remainder. Several of the applicants have pre-existing use. I've provided most of that material to the board already. I have 1 or 2 things to hand up. Some of them don't, but I think with that approach, we may very well, depending on everybody's stamina, be able to get through some, if not all, of the remaining cases tonight.
Yeah, that's likely. Okay, so one at a time.
Understood. But I was going to do on the record and say, here's a constitutional argument for case number, and I'll spell it out.
And as we start each case, we can just simply refer back to the argument
Correct.
in the previous case.
That way I'm not saying the same
I agree.
spiel.
Right. And we will probably do something very similar in terms of bringing our arguments forward, except that we'll have to deal with the unique nature of each case for its own benefit.
Understood.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All righty. So in that case, then we will be opening case 14. Do you want to read the notices? And you can sit down for just a second because we've got to. Oh, sorry, my net. Okay, so we're starting case 2314. Okay, I am elevating Marcus to be recused. This is an STR case.
Yeah, I can't do that.
That's what I mean. Yeah, you're recused. Oh, he can sit there. He just can't. Yeah. That's
Bill and Mark.
No.
I want you to. No.
Hey, we have to be serious here.
True. Bill
What?
and Mark are both.
Right. Bill is recused. Mark is recused. I'm elevating Jennifer to voting member.
Yep.
And Mr. Johnson has agreed that we can proceed this evening with a 4-member board. Okay. Do you want to read the public notices and we'll
Okay. Case 2314 continued October 18th, 2023, November 15th, 2023.
Wait a minute. Can you hold that microphone for her, George?
Okay, Asia, what am I doing here? They're ready to hear my nasally voice. Hello? Okay. Case number 2314, continued October 18th, 2023, November 15th, 2023, January 17th, 2024, February 21st, 2024, March 20, 2024, April 17, 2024, May 15, 2024, November 20, 2024, February 19th, 2025, and March 19, 2025. Appeal for an administrative decision from Matt Johnson, Esquire, Divine, Millamette, and Branch, PA agent for Daniel Moynihan, Sr., previously owned by Ryan Finn and Grace Harrigan. 43 Oak Ridge Road, tax map 104, lot 85, to determine whether or not their circumstance allows for short-term rentals relating to a denial from Robert Boyd, Code Enforcement Officer, dated August 16, 2023, as to Article 4, Section 4.6A of the Town of Madison zoning ordinance. All certified mails went out on March 10th. Postings were posted on the 12th, in the paper on March 13th, and I am good on the postings, so on the certifieds.
Okay, so we've just elevated Jennifer and recused 2 board members, but for the record, conflict of interest. Jennifer, do you have any conflict of interest? No. Sharon? No. I do not. George? I do not. Okay, so waiver request is irrelevant for this kind of case. Regional impact. Does anyone feel this has regional impact? No. 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 Okay. So we're familiar with the rules of procedure. And go ahead and make your arguments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Matt Johnson on behalf of, and this one is for 2314, but by agreement, I'll just make sure the minutes are clear. I'm going to make the constitutional or sort of legal presentation. It's going to apply to cases 23-14, 23-16, 23-17, 23-20, and 23-25. And so that will be the argument for that, and then the minutes can reflect that. And to the extent the board has questions about it relative to particular applicants, and I'm happy to talk about it further, but since these all cross over it, I figured I'd do it once for efficiency purposes. First, some of the properties have evidence of being a pre-existing use, meaning there was short-term rental use activity prior to the March 2022 zoning ordinance changed by the town of Madison. That, by my belief, allows them to continue to rent the properties on a short-term basis. I know what the ZBA's position has been to imposing a day restriction on the properties moving forward. I think once a property is grandfathered, it can be no forward moving restriction on the short-term rental. So I just make that point so the record's clear that I understand the ZBA's process that they're following, but I reserve my right relative to that because I don't think once it's deemed to be grandfathered, you can actually limit it on a prospective basis. Second point, which I've made before, is that if you look at the zoning ordinance, we would challenge it as constructed. As constructed, it makes it improper for a owner of a property who's a second home that does not occupy the property for more than 30 days. It no longer counts as a dwelling unit, and thus no longer counts as a single-family home, and thus would not be permitted anywhere within the town of Madison. The next point is, by virtue of how the ordinance has been drafted, the short rentals are prohibited throughout the town of Madison, and that creates also an as applied challenge for equal protection grounds, because you are now treating different classes of rentals differently. You now have a classification where if you rent a property for 31 days, you can do whatever you want, and if you rent the property for 29 days, it is absolutely prohibited by the town of Madison. I would submit that also exceeds the town's zoning authority to completely outlaw a use that is a fundamental right. The New Hampshire Supreme Court has recognized that private property and the right to rent is a fundamental right in New Hampshire, and by excluding that use completely through the town, that violates the Constitution, both the federal and the state Constitution. I note as well, just for purposes of the record, that the town website, even as of the last month, I do not know if it's been fixed, still has confusing information 3 years after the ordinance was passed that suggests short-term rentals are still permitted, whereas the interpretation that the ZBA has given to the March 22 ordinance is that no short-term rentals are are allowed anywhere. This ultimately amounts to a taking, a regulatory taking, because clients who have fundamental rights to their property are no longer allowed to rent it on a short-term basis anywhere within the town of Madison. And we've also argued that that violates the concept in Britton v. Chester, where the court found that the ordinance outlawing workforce housing was unconstitutional. And we would say that a court should find the same way, and the ZBA should consider that issue as well. That is the legal overview that is applicable to all the cases I mentioned. I'm happy relative to 2314. I think here are the specifics based on prior procedure and prior interest of the ZBA matter. So property is owned by Dan Moynihan. It's 43 Oak Ridge Drive. The property was purchased in June 30 of 2022 after the ordinance. There is in your packet that I provided you a history of usage. There's a letter from Mr. Moynihan. His son used to rent the property, and it shows that he rented it prior to the ordinance change roughly 40 to 50 days a year. I've also provided additional spreadsheets from the 2022 and 23 time frame, which show a continued of use of the property by the current owner, Mr. Moynihan. So the property has continued to be used for short-term rentals, obviously subject to the process initiated by the code enforcement officer. So there has been a continuation of the effort to rent the property short-term. And the data that we have prior to the ordinance change was that the property is rented for roughly 40 to 50 days a year, and so that would be the touchstone. And now, while I submit that the ZBA should not limit the number of days moving forward, if the ZBA is going to follow the prior practice of the prior hearings, I would ask that the ZBA use the 50-day maximum plus the 15% that the ZBA has followed for the prior hearings, and that would equal a 58 days. So that we would ask for a granting of the administrative appeal with the condition of 58 days, obviously subject to our right to further challenge the limits moving forward, but understanding the desire by the ZBA as expressed in prior meetings to act consistently with prior conduct. And with that, I will answer questions.
Yeah, I was looking for, I'm not contesting your 50 days, but I didn't see it in the packet.
It's there. It's in the very end of your packet, Drew.
Oh, okay.
Oh, thank you.
The
It's
very end of our, the new packet tonight.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
I tried to package up all the.
I told him not to, and I told him not to bother making copies because I would just give them to the board.
Yeah,
so.
that's fine. Okay, good. So were you going to contest the number?
Well, yeah, I see a handwritten note here with start and end dates that show, when I add them up in 2022, I see 40 days. I don't see any evidence of 50 days, unless my math is wrong, but it generally is usually not.
No, and it's the 40 to 50 days is referencing prior to the ordinance change in 2022. So that could be in 2020 or 2019. But again, not everybody has access to this type of data, because until the ordinance change, it wasn't clear that we're going to have this type of precision for the data to be able to make the points that the board is looking for.
We've made the point before that there are other records that are acceptable, things like meals and use tax payments, income tax records, any of those kinds of things that can show actually that this individual rented this property before 2022, to show that they're sort of grandfathered, if you will, and able to continue to rent it. I don't,
we have the prior owner whose son testified by this letter that he rented the property prior to March of 2022, and that he rented on a roughly 40 to 50 day basis. We also have post ordinance change, two different spreadsheets in there that show the continuation of the ownership of the property. Not at the same maximum level, probably slightly less volume in terms of rentals. But again, also it also comes at a point where all of a sudden a cease and desist has been issued. So then people were trying to follow that too. So that's also why the numbers tail off.
I understand that. So this is the only evidence is what you presented dated February 19th, 2025. There are no other statements from the son. There are no other, like I said, income tax returns or meals and use tax.
You haven't required that for any of the other applicants.
It's been suggested that any of those things can and should be used to show.
But just to be clear, you've already voted and approved applicants who provided none of that paperwork. So if we're going to change the rules now, I'd just like to know about it so I could, I mean, I'm going off of what you just did on February.
The information that we had from those other homeowners was enough to satisfy, showed the dates from Airbnb and those things. This is basically a hand-typed piece of paper, right, that has, it doesn't even say who they rented through, and then a statement by the owner that says their son rented the property, not even a statement from the son saying he rented the property. And I'm just looking for additional support for these claims.
That is what I have, and I mean, unless there's some doubt that that actually occurred, I'm not sure I understand the inquiry. Obviously, it's like if they had more precision and they could increase the number, you'd be giving them a bigger number. So that's the trade-off here, right? They have.
Right, that's what I was going to say, Sharon, is that if he was going to use information, then he could have given us 90 or 100 days.
I understand.
And the fact that he's given us 40 to 50 days is in and of itself an admission of as reasonable attempt at accuracy as possible. And I don't know that this kind of precision, forcing that kind of precision at this point in the process will gain either the client or the applicant or us any additional value. I mean, he's requested.
I did,
disagree,
and just so clear, Mr. Finn did look to see if he could get any of those prior records, and he couldn't. Like, this is what he could come up with.
Okay.
And he says that it's been prior to his owning it.
Mr. Moynihan continues to rent, but the letter is from when his son used to own the property before the ordinance changed. And so his son rented it 40 to 50 days before the ordinance changed. Mr. Moynihan has continued to rent it. That spreadsheet that he's came out was his son, and he helped put that together. And then the last one is his rentals further on. So
40 days.
and again, his has not been higher than 40 days.
No, but I understand. The point is that was after the cease and desist order, and
all these rentals are after the cease and desist.
if you wanted to stick right, we can simply say 46 days instead of 58. But
well, and that presumes that because I don't see anything where he rented, again, only the statement from his son, and not, again, the burden of proof is on the applicant. So there is no statement from the son. It's from the father saying, yeah, my son rented the house.
Father's the current owner.
Other than the current owner, I was looking for something a little more substantial that we could point to and say, yes, there was indeed renting of this property going on prior to the March 2022 ordinance passing. There is nothing.
But the owner's written you a letter explaining it. The rules of evidence don't apply. I don't understand the issue. Again, to my point, if we had higher data and higher numbers, I know how the ZBA is operating these cases, we would present it. By default, we have what we have in terms of their best efforts to provide precision. I still don't think you can limit the days if they've been grandfathered, but I'm playing by the rules that you guys set to try to give you the information.
Regardless of the number of days, there's nothing here proving that it was rented prior to March 2022.
Except the letter that says he rented it prior to March 2022.
I agree. It's a letter, but there's no actual document.
If you want me to get an affidavit, and if you want to continue this case, I can provide an affidavit from Mr. Finn that will say under oath that he rented it prior to March 2022.
Do you have an opinion, George?
Well, my understanding is we need some type of written proof from the various renters prior to March of 2020.
I don't agree with that.
That's.
Well,
That's what I thought.
Well, we can accept the evidence for what it's worth. And consider the possibility this is as good as we're going to get. Okay? Or I personally question the value of trying to be extremely, now I recognize that there's no documentation here, but then Mr. Dan Moynihan didn't own the house before that.
Correct.
However, it was his son.
Correct.
That is presumably a reliable connection that's more than just a casual backyard over the fence
the
discussion with someone who's gonna buy my house. How many days did you you know what I mean? I would consider this to be a reasonably accurate representation of the truth, and we can move on with it.
If you want to make a condition of the approval that I get a sworn affidavit for that letter, I'm happy to provide that. If that provides some level of Mr. Finn saying it, and that gives this board the comfort. The substance is not going to change, but if the board needs a letter directly from him saying the same thing that his letter says, I'm happy to provide that.
I'm fine with the letter. Yeah.
I'm not,
you're
but
not.
no, again, if you have the burden of proof
Right.
to show that your house has been rented however many times prior to March of 2022, then I, as a homeowner, would go and get whatever that proof is, not just a discussion with someone, whether it's his son or anyone else. I'm looking for something, and I would have expected that there is at a minimum, a statement from the son saying, yes, from the time that I bought the house in whatever year it was until the time that I sold it to my father. I rented the home a number of times, somewhere in the order of 40 to 50 times. I would have expected, you have to prove something, not just say it. And that's one of the things that we've talked about is the burden of proof. And it even talks about it in the letters that went out to the individuals in the cease and desist letters that showed some of the things that could be used, some of them, not all of them. And it does mention things like receipts from meals and use tax and income tax statements that shows I had, I don't want to look at the man's 1040 form, but a statement that shows that there was this amount of income in this year, and that income goes back starting in 2016, 2015, 2004, whatever it is.
And as I said, if it would provide more comfort to the board, I'll on a separate cover, I'll submit an affidavit with that information where it's signed by Mr. Finn. It's going to be the same information. Obviously, if I had better information, I'd give it to you. So, I mean.
Well, that is his son.
I understand that.
Well, okay, let's be practical here for a moment. Would that be sufficient if Mr. Moynihan's son signed a letter that stated that he had this, and preferably provided some sort of evidence that he actually did rent it, for example, just the line off of the Schedule 1 from his 1040 that says, I had so much rental income in that year, which amounts for just some piece of evidence. Is that all right? So we can make that a condition of the if you
Going forward, moving forward.
Yeah, okay. All right, that's just.
I'm not calling anyone a liar. What I'm saying is the burden of proof resides with the applicant, and I don't see
Proof
this.
that there was.
Well, I don't see that this meets that burden of proof. Where in most, and if not all of the other cases, we had Airbnb receipts, we had, all kinds of things. This case doesn't meet that same level of information.
Right, so what we want to do is specify that since his son was the one who rented it 40 to 50 days a year, if he would provide evidence that that's the case. Right, okay.
Because let me ask, if the converse were true, if he had no evidence, if the prior owner was not his son, and the prior owner, and we've had that in cases where the prior owner said, I don't want anything to do with STR,
Right.
discussions. I don't want to get involved with it. I sold you the house, I'm done, I've moved somewhere else. And there was nothing. Would we still be able to say that this individual met the burden of proof in order to show that that this home was rented prior to the March of 2022? And I would say from this information, no.
And I just disagree. I don't
You're
understand
allowed.
what your point is. I have a letter.
I'm discussing with him.
Yeah, but I get to advocate. My point being, I think this is like dancing on a head of a pin, for all due respect. There is a letter that specifies the number of days. Again, I'm happy to satisfy the condition, but I do think it's, an exercise in unnecessary paperwork. But it's up to the ZBA.
That level of proof has been provided in every other case. I don't understand why this one is different.
Because it's father and son. That doesn't, so that's not what no substance.
Right.
Well, okay, we can make it a condition that he provides it afterwards.
And if he doesn't provide it, if it's unable to be provided?
That's an interesting question, because we're dealing with a case that has this one has not been remanded by the court.
No.
No, this
This one,
new.
this is a new one. This is a brand new case, in which case we're discussing.
It's a condition of the appeal. If we don't satisfy the order, then you haven't approved it.
Right, that's what it boils down to, is that it's not, right. And then his alternative is, if he strongly objects, is he can appeal it to the Board of Housing Appeals or to the Superior Court. If we make that condition, he doesn't meet it, and we can just ask that we look at it in 60 days, put it on our agenda to be reviewed in 60 or 90 days, something like that. And they will know. But, or hand it over to Bob to check. All right, your point is burden of proof.
Has not
There's nothing here besides this particular letter, so we'd like Mr. Moynihan's son to provide us a letter that.
And substantiation.
Substantiation.
If it's not able to be provided, the substantiation, then somewhere in that statement, make that statement.
Okay.
And then we'll go with what we have. But like I said, this, to me,
This isn't even.
doesn't
applicant.
meet the burden of proof.
What's that?
This is, Dan Moynihan isn't actually even the applicant, he's the father of the applicant.
No, I think.
No,
Is
no.
he the
the other-
applicant? Okay.
Mr. Moynihan is the applicant, right?
No.
Yes.
Oh.
Mr. Moynihan is the applicant, it's his
Ryan-
son.
So the original case was from Ryan Finn and Grace
Right,
Harrigan.
that's right.
They
And
sold the house.
and
Sorry,
and
my
his
apologies.
father
Since-
wants to.
Behind the curve.
Been a little time.
Right.
Yeah, right. But the point is that, yeah, the original applicant was the son while he owned it, right?
Yes.
And we want to continue to, okay. Okay, yeah, well, let's just ask, okay, then we can ask for substantiation of that. So what that boils down to then is that, okay, so we have two things we need to do. One is, I think, we can bring forth into our minutes, the arguments that we provided against the legal framework from the previous case. You've heard those arguments before. Do you need us to rehearse those? We'll bring them forward into the minutes for the record, so that your argument is presented, our answer is presented, and then the next thing we have to answer, and we could wait for the deliberation, but I'll state it here because it allows Mr. Johnson to respond to it, and that is, why does the ZBA think that we can limit the number of days?
Are there extra copies of this?
There's an extra copy you can pass around, but I'll read this. And I typed it out this afternoon. Okay, first, there's three short points. First one is the ZBA has the right to attach conditions to the continued use of pre-existing non-conforming use, Peabody versus the Town of Wyndham, 1997. Secondly, general conditions for the expansion of a pre-existing non-conforming use are recognized as being established in the case of New London Land Use Association versus New London ZBA 1988. It established 4 criteria, all of which must be met in order for a non-conforming use to expand. Of relevance to this particular case is the requirement that expansion may not be substantial and may not have a substantially different impact upon the neighborhood. So what we have on the record is Police Chief King, while he was still police chief, submitted to this board at the beginning of these STR cases at the request of someone in the community. He submitted a report covering a period from January 2022 through March of 2024, detailing a number of complaints against short-term rentals in the time period roughly in the first 2 years after the change of the zoning ordinance. And during the ZBA meetings of November 15th, 2023 and June 19th, 2024, testimony was given of complaints of noise and parking violations at short-term rentals. That is evidence that short-term renters, at times, do not comply with the owner's requirements to abide by parking regulations and to limit loud noise at night. It's therefore reasonable that the ZBA conclude that expanding non-conforming use beyond its historically established levels can have a substantially different negative impact on the neighborhood. We are therefore within our authority to restrict the non-conforming use to its established level in order to prevent an increase in the demonstrated negative impact on the neighborhood. And the third point, additionally, in the town of Salem versus Wixom 2001, it was established that an accessory use cannot become the primary use, which further justifies the limitation of usage to previously established practice for the property, for some properties, that the homes which have been occasionally rented by owners on a short-term basis and which have the status of a pre-existing non-conforming use may not be turned into a full-time short-term rental property. Thus, they are not simply exempt from the zoning requirements, rather they have the right to continue the pre-existing non-conforming use, which can only be expanded within certain well-defined parameters. And these, for your information, these come from Bernie Waugh's description of the limitations and expansions of some non-conforming use. So that's the groundwork, which will be, now the board can comment on that or ask questions. I put that together after researching Mr. Waugh's paper on non-conforming use as a result of reviewing the handbook for local officials for the zoning board. So that's the source of that information. Okay, so we have the framework we have now established. We brought forth our response. We're bringing forth our response.
From which case? That's what we
Well, we did it last time for the other cases, the response to the constitutional arguments. I'll go back through. Well,
Okay.
the trouble is, it should be in the minutes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Bring that. We'll
That's
bring
my
that.
club.
We'll bring that forward. We have those in other minutes too, so I'll get
Okay.
those to you. Oh, yeah, I was trying. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay, so is there something in particular you didn't quite hear that you'd like me to clarify again?
Could I just read what you just read off, because parts of it were unclear? Thanks.
That, of course, was written for inclusion in our minutes, so the sources are not identified there, but that was, like I said, the handbook for local officials.
Do you want to give a copy to Kate, or does she have?
Yeah, I sent her a copy already. Okay. Okay, so process-wise, do we need to do anything other than that? We need to agree that Mr. Johnson has asked for the 50 days plus 15%, which would be 58 days.
Bring it to 60 and call it a day.
I'm sorry?
Are we being exact to 58?
Well, you want to just round it off to 60?
Well, I go back to, we've been,
Math, yeah.
We
we've
want to be
created this
consistent.
consistent
Consistent.
standard of the request, and then 15% over to give them some
Fair enough.
movement around, nobody.
Well, the intent of that suggestion for the 15%, which we talked about last time, was to remove that sense of having to be exactly precise,
Right.
so that if someone else came back later and said, well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't want to be that,
Yeah.
we want to be appropriate here and a little bit sense that we're not trying to, nail people's toes to the ground. Okay. Okay, so we're carrying forward our response to Mr. Johnson's arguments. Does the board have any comment on those reason why we think we can limit to 58 days? Sharon, does that sound good to you?
Yeah, it does. Having read through
Does that sound good to you, Jennifer?
Yeah, based on what backs us up, because I was actually concerned about why we could just put any restrictions on it, but that has clarified that.
Yeah. George, you're fine with that? Okay. Okay, so then,
I'm not necessarily in agreement on the number at this moment.
because, well, we can make it a condition that, well, let's discuss the condition. The condition would be that some level of substantiation is provided.
Yes.
Right.
And that level of, if that level of substantiation differs from 50 days, that we will automatically revert to the substantiated level plus 15%, something like that.
Well, and I would argue we only have substantiation of 40 days.
Anyway, and that's after.
Okay, well, we can go the other way. We could say, approve it for, what would that be, 46 days?
How about
It'd
the
be-
number of substantiated, the
And-
number of proven days when it comes in?
Well,
plus
right, we approve
15%.
it for 46 days, and if he can substantiate more days, it will
Then
be
we'll
automatically up to
absolutely-
that number plus 15%.
If he
And,
substantiates 12 days, then, he's only gonna get 12 plus 15.
and give him a
15%.
reasonable time frame, provide that substantiation. So what's a reasonable time frame? 60 days?
60 days.
Yeah.
60 days, that's acceptable? Okay,
That's acceptable.
okay, all righty. So, okay, so
I'm not
let's,
crossing my arms and I'm cold. My hands are cold.
okay, so let's write that down. Okay, so we move, let's see, what does the actual application say? What's the? This application states a request for
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for the statement of what's actually requested. Grandfathering,
Yes. I mean, at the time these were filed, we hadn't gotten that far along in terms of how this was gonna play out, so.
Right.
None of the applications say a specific number.
Right.
This has been sort of an evolution. They request following the pre-existing use, so the appeal should be granted.
so, yeah, this is one of the ones that has all 5 paragraphs.
I-
So you're asking for the grant, what, Sharon, what?
When the original application came in, okay, if you go back to, it's got a cover letter from Divine Millimet, okay, and then halfway through it is, dear board members, it says, on June 28th, 2022, Grace Harrigan became the owner of record by warranty deed from Daniel Moynihan. So that looks backwards to me. And then it also says the owners began renting the property on a short-term basis in the second half of 2022. Second half of 2022 is post-March 2022. So my concern is that we're gonna grandfather this homeowner, yet I have no proof that they were renting prior to the March of 2022. Also,
The letter says that they were.
the letter says that. We've already.
Well, okay,
at
but
least
we've
I've agreed
established
with
that he'll provide substantiation as a condition to have it granted, okay? But it is confusing.
It is confusing.
Who originally owned the house? Let's just go back before this started.
Originally, Mr. Finn and Ms. Harrigan owned the house. They were the ones who were the recipients of the cease and desist or notice of violation from the town, which prompted the administrative appeal. Subsequent to the time the administrative appeal was first filed and the hearing started, the property was sold to Daniel Moynihan.
But this says that the Grace Harrigan, and it doesn't mention Ryan Finn at all. Grace Harrigan became the owner of record by warranty deed from Daniel F. Moynihan. So he owned it, sold it to his son, sold it back to dad?
Correct.
Is that what, okay.
Yes.
I just want to make sure I understand.
Yeah, that was
Who
the
owns-
confusing part, so it's
Right.
changed.
I will concede that's confusing, but yes, that's correct.
Okay, so Finn, Moynihan, Beckman, so what you're saying, okay.
No. Moynihan to Finn to Moynihan.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, but the bottom line is, okay, so what we were gonna do was,
Well, then, doesn't Mr. Moynihan have any, if he rented it, was he renting it when he originally owned it, before he sold it? Because he didn't sell it until the second half of June of 2022, which was post the March
No, I
cease and
think-
desist, so he doesn't.
I think his ownership predated. I think the Finns had owned it for a little while longer, I believe.
Well, that's not what the factual background says. The factual background says, on June 28th, 2022, Grace Harrigan became the owner of record for 43 Oak Ridge Road from Daniel F. Moynihan IV. So Mr. Moynihan owned the property prior to the March 2022 ordinance adoption. Does he not have proof of him renting it during that time, in that prior to selling it to Mr. Finn and Ms. Harrigan?
I'll have to provide that.
Okay. Because personally, I don't think we could grandfather this case.
okay, then the simplest thing for us to do is
Continue it?
continue this case until we have the clear record. That's the simplest thing. You wanna move that?
I make a motion that we continue this case until, we'll give him 60 days to produce the information we're looking for.
Okay, so then you're talking about continuing it until, let's see, what would this
May.
be?
April, May, to
May,
May.
the May.
May.
What is it?
May?
May
Hang on.
18th? May,
I don't
no.
know.
May
I'm on the
something.
registry's website right now.
I think it's May 20-something, because I know I'm back from where I'm going. May 21st?
Yep.
May 21st, okay.
May 21st,
Okay, so you're moving to continue this case to
till
May
21st,
21st.
to allow the applicant time. You want a second?
Oh, I'll second
All right, all in
here on
favor?
the 21st of May, but-
Okay, okay, so that, okay, let's just do that. That's simplest, and then
Right.
we have no real other issues with that issue, so to speak. Okay.
You didn't finish the motion, you said allow the applicant time to what?
Oh, to provide documentation of the
Prior rentals.
the prior rental, or
Prior
rentals
to
prior to
March
March 2022. Okay, so then we will,
Would we have to vote on that? All in
we
favor, say
did,
aye.
we did.
Oh, I missed it.
Well, all right, what's your
Aye.
vote? Okay, it's unanimous. yeah.
Second it,
Right.
somehow, really. It'd be weird if it wasn't.
Right.
Okay, so now we go on to case 16. And for the record, we will, yeah, well, let's open it properly and then we'll deal with the formalities. Okay, so Kate, are you ready to?
I'm getting it, hold
Okay.
on. You gotta find it so fast. All right, ready.
You don't have to say the year every time. That's it.
You ready for me?
Yep.
This is on. Hello? Hello. Enough. Okay, case 2316, continued October 18, 2023, November 15, 2023, January 17, 2024, February 21st, 24, March 20, 24, April 17, 2024, May 15, 2024, November 2024, February 19, 2025, and March 19, 2025. Appeal for an administrative decision from Matt Johnson, Esquire, Divine Willamette and Branch, PA, agent for Monica Maria McMillan and Laura Thompson, 17 Bergdorf Drive, tax map 113, lot 33, to determine whether or not their circumstance allows for short-term rentals relating to a denial from Robert Boyd, Code Enforcement Officer, dated August 16, 2023, as to Article 4, Section 4.68 of the Town of Madison zoning ordinance. Certified mails went out on March 10th, postings March 12th, in the Comic Daily Sun on March 13th, and I just have some, I haven't received the green cards back on some, but they've been notified.
Okay. Conflict of interest, Jennifer?
No.
Sharon? No for me. George? Okay, and the waiver request is irrelevant for this kind of a case. Does anyone feel that there's regional impact?
No.
Okay. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you.
And I assume we will just bring forward your constitutional arguments.
Yes.
And we will enter in the record our response to those, which you've heard before.
Agreed.
Yes, okay.
Agreed. Thank you. So this is case 2316. We represent Monica McWilliam and Laura Thompson. They live at 17 they own 17 Bergdorf Drive, which is in the Edelweiss district. I provided already the financial statements. This is a little bit of a duplicate, so the financial packet I provided on Tuesday had one more spreadsheet than what this packet has, but I thought, particularly in light of some of the concerns by the ZBA, this is the statement signed under oath that my clients prepared, which at least just kind of walks through the property a little bit more. I have multiple copies.
I was going to say, I was going to ask, yeah, especially one for Kate.
I think that's 6. How's that?
Okay. There's one for you, one for you, one for me, and one for you.
Our
Okay.
spreadsheets I attached, plus they had one more spreadsheet
That is attached in the
packet.
in the packet that we got tonight. Okay. Yeah, so that means I buried it without thinking in here.
I tried to, I pulled out the spreadsheets just so that that was clear. And the affidavits will show that they continue to rent the property since taking over occupancy. The spreadsheets go back to 2020 and show the number of days. The only thing that redacted is the people's names. And so those dates go from, data shows from 2020 into 21, and there's also a spreadsheet from 2022 as well, which shows the history of the rental usage before the ordinance changed. And they would, they would indicate that the going forward use has been less than what, less because of the restrictions of the
Understood.
and the COVID and everything else.
So what was the bottom line then on usage in terms of
So
average?
if I counted the days in 2020, I came up with 94 days. If I counted the days in 2021, I counted 139 days. And that's that spreadsheet with the redacted. And obviously, feel free to check my math. I was not a math major.
Question on these, where did these originate? I mean, the spreadsheets, what is the?
They came from, my understanding is they came from the property management company, because there's been a property management company that's run.
Stay the Whites?
What's that?
Stay the Whites?
I don't know which property management company. But that's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Well, it would seem since their logo is on it, but it's
Yeah,
hard.
yeah, then, could very well be.
Because it started on, so it goes into 2021. So
Oh, in the year, you mean?
Yeah, and there's actually, if you want, if it was important to the ZBA, there is a copy of the rooms and meals tax operator license, which
Yeah.
is worthwhile, stays LLC, so.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's a 2023 one, yeah.
What's that?
It's from 2023.
Right, that was when these originally started, that was the package of,
Yeah.
again, obviously, if we needed to bring it forward.
I was actually thinking of taking it backwards, if they had it in 2020, 21 as well.
Okay, so what we have is, assuming the math is correct, you're checking the math.
Shannon's doing her math.
Yeah, for 2020, I have 91 days.
You should check 21, because that would be perhaps the high point, and that's a reasonable.
76 and 27. 103.
Not 139.
Unless there's more on the, oh, there's more on the back.
Okay.
I get 137 and 21.
I had 140.
Yeah, 139, 140, yeah. I'm not even trying.
Well, I had, there were days between 2020, like started to rent on 12/30/20 and ended the rental on 1/2/21. So I just put all those days in 2021. It didn't matter.
Okay, so but 139 is a good number.
Sure.
Okay, so that would mean 160 days with our 15%.
If that's the math, yeah.
I beg your pardon, Jennifer?
That's the math, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so then,
First of all, I do think they prove it was done, that it was rented significantly in the time, so they've got their grandfather.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I don't think there's any.
No, I think
Yeah,
there's
so
no
I think we can improve the grandfathering,
Mhm.
that they are grandfathered, and we can, with the condition that it's limited to 160 days a year.
Yeah, half a year.
Okay, so shall we move? I'll move that we grant the appeal for a non-conforming, pre-existing, non-conforming short-term rental with the condition that it be limited to 160 days per year, consistent with established use.
Got really good house rules.
What's that?
They've got, sorry, I'm thinking
Oh,
out
house
loud.
rules,
They've
she's
got
reading.
great house rules.
Yeah. Yes, Jennifer was in the hospitality business, so she's
Good house rules.
appreciation for that. Okay, so we move to grant the appeal for, to grant the status of pre-existing grant status of pre-existing non-conforming short-term rental under the condition that it be limited to 160 days per year consistent with established use. Second?
Second.
Okay.
Second.
Well, okay, George seconded it. I moved, George seconded. Any further discussion?
Nope.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so,
Aye.
all right, so that one is approved for the status of non-conforming use, and I will read the conditions of the appeal. If one wishes to appeal, one must act within 30 days of the date on this notice. Day one is tomorrow. The necessary first step before any appeal may be taken to a higher court is to apply to the Board of Adjustment for a rehearing. The motion for a rehearing must set forth the grounds on which one will base the appeal. See New Hampshire Statutes RSA 677 for details. Board members are advised to refrain from from any discussion of the appeal with other board members and all parties to the appeal until all further appeal periods have expired. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, it's 10 after 9.
Yes.
Are we going to continue with this
I-
case, or are we going to?
Well, we have said we don't want to open new business after, but in light of the fact that these cases may move quickly, and we got the fee, if we only, you know what I mean, if they are similar character, I suggest that we just keep going, because that will clear a backlog that we've had for months.
Years.
Years, literally, yes.
Well, I will say that we'll go quickly. There's
Yeah.
one, the next one has some rental history, the last two do not. So it's a straight constitutional argument, and you guys have already, you know, not to prejudge what's gonna happen, but, you know, you already had one of those last month.
Well, yeah, and they're all appeals of administrative decisions, so our framework is already decided, so we'll just.
I'm just suggesting that, yes.
That we can do them quickly is what you're suggesting, right? And we can potentially be done with them unless, of course.
We just have one that's continued to next month, but yes, that would be.
17?
Oh, we're gonna have, you think we'll.
Or, well, 1 to 6, we have 60 days, I guess. I will probably reach out to you guys to try to schedule myself, not when the cell tower is up, you know? If I can.
Well, that's why I suggested 60 days, because the cell tower actually has to be decided before May, although there is an outside possibility that he would agree to extending that, but, yeah.
All right, I can work with you guys to figure out the time slot.
Yeah, right, that's what I mean. So 150 days runs out before.
Which one are we looking at, 17?
Right. No, I already had the discussion with the attorney. Under certain circumstances, by agreement, we can extend that, but we're not looking to. Okay, so shall we pick up case 2317? Is this one with grandfathering as well? Okay. Okay, Kate.
Case 2317.
Is that in there? Thank you. All right. Hello. All right. Case 2317, continued October 18th, 2023, November 15th, 2023, January 17th, 2024, February 21st, 2024, March 2024, April 17th, 2024, May 15th, 2024, November 20th, 2024, February 19th, 2025, and March 19th, 2025. Appeal from an administrative decision from Matt Johnson, Esquire, Divine and Willamette Branch, PA, agent for Seamus O'Brien and Kayla Wash O'Brien, 37 Idle Waste Drive, tax map 109, lot 166, to determine whether or not their circumstance allows for short-term rentals relating to a denial from Robert Boyd, Code Enforcement Officer, dated August 16, 2023, as to Article 4, Section 4.6A of the Town of Madison zoning ordinance. And certified mails went out on March 10th. Postings were done on March 12th. In the Conway Daily Sun on March 13th. And I'm good there too, on certifieds.
Okay. Conflict of interest?
No.
No, no, okay. Waiver request is irrelevant. Regional impact, I assume this is no for everybody? Okay. And we will do the same.
Yes.
Yes.
We will stipulate that my arguments and your responses are already brought forward in the 2317. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. This is case 2317. I'm Matt Johnson. I represent Seamus O'Brien and Kayla Walsh O'Brien. They own property at 3780 Weiss Drive. They bought it in July of 2022. They had used it as a rental property, and they also have information regarding the rental from the prior owner. This is a prior owner who was finally was cooperative, but you're going to see like today cooperative. So I provided the package before. I can give it to you again, which is the package which has the narrative outline of how they use the property. It also refers you to their run of deal tax information. Provides that to that level. Has the affidavit.
Yeah,
Affidavit
got
from the
that.
owner that confirms that they rented the property, but at the time that these were prepared, it wasn't clear that the issue of the number of days was going to be a matter. We did, these are all your copies. I did get an email from my client at 2 o'clock today from the former owner, in which he did provide what he said he rented the property for. I understand that is the proof we have. That is an email from the owner. You can see it from
his communication with my client, Mr. Walsh, and I'll provide multiple copies.
Okay, thank you.
And that just establishes the history of use and the rough approximation of how often, for how many years, how many days a year he would rent the property. That's also consistent with his previous affidavit indicating that he was historically rented the property. He just had not provided a number of days, and we've been asking for a while, and this is what he gave us. So this is what I provided.
Okay. Okay, so it occurred to me, we're gonna have to go back. While you're still here at case 2316, we didn't list the statement, the findings of fact. We have them in your letter, but we need to make sure that we put them in the minutes as such and include our statement regarding the reason why we can limit it as part of that, but we'll come back to that in a minute.
Okay.
So, but the the findings of fact on this case, which are important and relevant, the first one is the date of purchase was
July 2022.
July
6th. Yep.
2022, right? And we have an affidavit from the prior owner stating
Walsh O'Brien.
that they rented since when?
Well, they owned the property from December 2019 and held it until I sold it in July of 2022.
And regularly rented.
Okay, and then we have a separate email that says they did it approximately 100 days a year.
Yeah.
Okay, are there any other relevant statements of fact that belong to this case?
The current owners began short-term renting it in August of 2022.
Purchased in July and rented right, yeah, immediately.
Okay, so they've established there's no lapse.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay.
And they've
So, and
established they do rent it.
then our response, I don't know, it's probably appropriate to list our 3 reasons for limiting as part of the findings of fact.
That's interesting.
Okay, so, comments, questions, or we can move to, Sharon, are you looking at that?
I'm just looking at
We feel strongly this home has been a part of our lives for 30 years. Yeah. There's no discussion.
I don't know if you want to add to that. There's a letter, if you will, from the
Happy rent.
Newells indicating that they have, this is a 2-family house. They have rented one section of the 2-family house, sometimes the whole house, but they've been renting it on and off for 30 years.
The Newells are the previous owners to
The
the,
Newells were not previous owners. They have only ever rented.
oh,
Yeah,
I
that
see.
was that's a letter from a long-term,
Yeah.
long-term,
Long-term.
short-term renter.
Right.
Oh, I see. All right, yeah, we'll
Exactly.
add that as
Yeah,
part of our,
It's absolutely.
3,
I mean,
4.
it establishes that the history of renting the property goes
Right,
back
we have,
30 years.
yes, we have a letter
Yeah,
um,
I think there's no question
from a
about grandfathering in
long-term
that case.
STR renter,
I didn't realize this was a 2-family home.
the Newells.
Which
That's,
actually isn't a
that's interesting. If it's a
standalone
2-family home, they only
I don't
renting
know.
out one,
So aren't they resident in that case? Why is it even in amongst this? Because they're owner occupiers.
Well, it doesn't, sometimes the whole house. Sometimes
Oh,
rented
they
the
did
whole
rent the
house.
whole house. So.
But I didn't realize there were any 2-family houses in neighborhoods.
yeah, well, it's probably an ADU.
Who knows?
No, it's actually a 2-family residence.
Yeah, it says. That's
Okay.
the two-family, one section of the two-family, sometimes the whole house, sometimes part, and part to someone we didn't even know.
Yeah, so there could be two.
Okay, since,
totally.
what was the beginning of the Newell's
So two rentals.
rental? What year?
30 years ago, it says, 30-plus years.
30-plus years. Okay, all right, so we have, okay. Well, in the interest of simplicity, shall we move it to grant it with the condition of 100 days, 115 days?
115
For the
days.
for the whole property, yeah, not 115 each. If there's two
Right,
families,
so
it can't
it's
be
two-
100 each.
That's the
No, no.
concern. It's
Yeah.
115 total.
115
For the
total days.
property.
For the property.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so we move to grant the appeal for a pre-existing, to grant the status of a pre-existing non-conforming use with the condition that it be rented, with the condition that how do we want to phrase that?
Read it again.
With the, well, that's on, I haven't read it, that's what I'm trying to.
The property
with the
in its
condition that
entirety?
that the entire property
Yeah, using entire.
may be rented up to 115 days
Per annum.
per year
In total.
in total. Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we, with the condition that it be rented up to 115 days per year in total for the entire property, not each unit, consistent with established usage.
So that begs the question, does,
Is that a B and B or is that an ADU that's rented and it comes under a different?
ordinance, a special use kind of, special exception? But the question I have is, now how do you count those days? If you're renting both sides of this house and you rent it at the same time to two different families for a week, is that 14 days or is that 7 days still
For the entire property.
for the entire property?
Does it actually matter?
Do you have a copy of the ordinance?
I don't know which
yeah.
one. I have that, yes. Didn't bring
I
mine
would
with me
submit
today.
7 days, because it's there's a
I did
day
not
where
bring
it's
my
being
ordinance
rented.
with me today. I got enough to carry.
You're
gotta
the
make my
lawyer, you're
argument.
supposed to say that.
Yeah, but it's, I mean, it's a number of days where there is a short-term renter in the property. So there's a short-term renter in one side or another, that's a day.
Yeah.
I'm inclined to agree, actually.
And if there's
If
nobody
you're
in there, that's
counting
not a
rental
day.
days,
What's that?
Ah,
as a landlord or a
rental
property
income,
manager, if you're counting rental days, you would count each side separately.
because it's rental
'Cause
income.
it's,
I'm not so sure the property really gets rented to two separate, because I mean, it is advertised as a 4-bedroom. But if you look at the package of the Airbnb ad, it's advertised as a 4-bedroom house. It's not advertised as a 2-family.
No, that's just being confused. It is, you're right, a 4-bedroom septic system, 4-bedroom house, 8 guests.
So it's rented out for the whole house.
Yeah, I think it's technically qualifies as a 2-family, but I don't think it's been rented that way.
according to the affidavit or towards the state, from the statement, it has been.
They've said sometimes
Sometimes
we're
we
in
would rent
half.
out one section of the two-family, sometimes the whole house, sometimes part would be rented to us and part to someone we didn't know at all. It's in the statement.
Okay, but that goes back 30 years. What we're dealing with right now is someone who has,
A four-bedroom house.
But if that's what they were doing 30 years ago, and it's non-conforming, does that not continue to carry? Although if they're only renting it as a one-family house, they've abandoned the two-family.
And I don't know the facts, I don't know if they split it up at any point in time, but I mean, I
Right.
would just submit that, for your purposes, I would submit that a day is a day.
A
If
day.
you rent one half of it,
Yeah.
that's a day, that counts towards their total.
Right.
If they rent both halves, it still counts towards their total.
still is a day. It's not
still
2
a day.
days. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the simplest, without making it terribly complex.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, my only concern was whether, if they're renting out part of it, then it's, then they're renting out an ADU, which comes under a totally different, no, it doesn't anymore, if it's short-term. Okay, let's forget it.
No, I don't think it counts as a day.
No,
I don't think it's
no,
an
it doesn't.
No.
Okay. All right, so the motion is moved to grant the appeal, to grant the status of pre-existing non-conforming use with a condition that it be rented only up to 115 days per year. Consistent with
total.
established, in total,
For the
consistent with established uses.
Right.
Okay.
That's good enough, whatever, I got
Okay.
it down.
Any further discussion? Did we have a second? Second. George, second. All in favor?
Right.
Okay, George, did you vote? Aye, okay. So that's unanimous. Okay, so let me read the If one wishes to appeal, one must act within 30 days of the date on this notice, day one being the day after the date of decision. The necessary first step before any appeal may be taken to a higher court is to apply to the Board of Adjustment for a rehearing. The motion for rehearing must set forth all the grounds in which you will base your appeal. Board members are advised to refrain from any discussion of the appeal with other board members and all parties to the appeal until all further appeal periods have expired. Thank you.
Do we have to go back to 16?
Yeah, let's just, for a moment,
Findings of fact.
because you're still here, what I want to do is enter into the minutes the findings of fact which were listed by your client.
Okay.
Statement regarding 17 Bergdorf Drive is the title of the addendum, and it's a two-page thing with it's a notarized statement. I think we could list that as part of the findings of fact.
That's fine.
Yeah, and then we want to include those 3 reasons why we think we can limit it as part of the findings of fact as well. The statement that I,
Yeah.
from Bernie Waugh's stuff.
I'll just type it out and put it in.
Yeah, so
When I
those,
have this
I just
off.
want to make sure that we actually have findings of fact listed for that case, because otherwise,
Do you mind if I go ahead and put them in with the case, just so they're not in the middle of the minutes somewhere else, so that people don't go like, wait a minute, do you mind if I put those with the case number so it stays in conformity?
I'm not sure we
You
understand
mean
what you're
within a
saying.
minute, you're gonna move that discussion?
Put this findings of fact in where it should be with the correct case and not have it, 2 pages
Oh,
away.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah,
I
that's
think
my-
it should be,
that's my intent is-
where it should be, okay?
Right.
So
Yes,
everybody's
that
on the
was
same
my-
page?
That was my intent in this whole thing.
chronological.
Perfect,
How we
that's what
did
I
it,
was
it's
gonna,
where it's
I just
supposed
wanna
to
make sure
Right.
everybody's on the same page.
Right, yeah,
I agree with that.
yeah, okay.
That'll make it easier.
Yeah. Okay, good, so we're clear on that.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, so,
Give it to me.
here, I don't know where this one came from, but I won't worry about that. And this one goes with 16 as well. Oh, that's 17.
20.
Oh, dear.
This is 17.
Yeah, I just opened 17, yeah, and pulled it out and started, yeah. Now, 17,
We did 17.
No, we're on 20.
We're on 20.
We're on
Sorry.
2320.
Right.
My head hurts, not a head.
Yeah, my head's going to explode.
Okay, so now we're on 20.
We're not going to get Mr. Dow's application.
No, I told him that was likely to be the case.
Okay.
Right.
I do think we should say.
Okay, so 2320. Kate?
Case 2320, continued October 18th, 2023, November 15th, 23, January 17th, 24, February 21st, 24, March 2024, April 17th, 2024, May 15th, 2024, November 20, 2024, February 19th, 2025, March 19th, 2025. Appeal from administrative decision from Matt Johnson, Esquire, Divine Milnet and Branch, PA, agent for Corey G. and Cynthia Franklin, 26 Little Shore Drive, tax map 104, lot 96, to determine whether or not their circumstance allows for short-term rentals relating to a denial from Robert Boyd, Code Enforcement Officer, dated August 16, 2023, as to Article 4, Section 4.6A of the Madison zoning, of the Town of Madison zoning ordinance. Certified mails on this one went out on March 11th. Postings were done on March 12th, in the paper on March 13th. And I'm good on my certifieds.
Okay. Conflict of interest. Jennifer?
None.
Sharon?
None.
No. Okay, no conflict of interest. Waiver requests are not relevant for this kind of a case. Anyone feel there's regional impact?
No.
No. Okay.
Thank you. Matt Johnson, on behalf of Jade Corey and Cynthia Franklin, this is Appeal 23-20 to the board. There is no prior use of the property. This is for 26 Little Shore Drive in Edelweiss District. They purchased in April of 22. They will have to sell the property if they can't do the short-term rentals. Just the equitable factor I would point to the ZBA, in case it sways your opinion, was that they started talking with the lender about being able to finance a property, and it specifically talked about using short-term rentals to be able to fund the purchase of a second home. Of course, they're doing that in July 2021. Little do they know the ordinance changes in March 22. By the time they buy it in April 22 and start trying to rent in June of 2022, and then they get the cease and desist letter. But again, I'll hand up just sort of their discussion about that, just so you have some background relative to who they are. But there is no history of prior rental before the ordinance changed in March 22, and they did not own it prior to March 22.
So, okay, so this
So
raises...
the grounds for the appeal to prevail in the appeal are the constitutional arguments. The only factor unique to them is the fact that they really were looking with the lender. I've included within there the excerpt from the lender about how they could rely on rental income as one of the ways for affordability, just to point out that they were contemplating that, and at the time they were first contemplating it in July of 21, the ordinance had not changed, and in fact short-term rentals were permitted. It just so happened they were in the middle of that process as the ordinance changed. So I raised that as an equitable factor, and just the constitutional arguments I've already asserted that are incorporated into this case. But there is no prior rental use for that property.
Well, let's discuss the vested interest, because that is one of the conditions of being able to have a claim to grandfathering, and that is, I think you know what I'm talking about, is that if they've gotten so far as to have committed themselves and with a vested interest, if we have some sort of documentation that they were already on a path of, shall we say, they've passed the point of no return prior to the posting of the ordinance in February of 2022. No, the posting of the ordinance.
Posting, yes, February, yes.
So I can, what I have before you, and I think I can even hand, is the excerpt from the letter from the loan officer, which just establishes that they were using their ability to rent the property, and that's one of the guidelines in terms of determining the financeability of getting the property. And so their financing was predicated on being able to rent the property. And at the time they were doing that and getting those lined up, the ordinance had not yet changed. Now, I don't know the timeline specifically between like final application approval and when the ordinance was posted. I don't know that fact,
But they were in process on November the 15th when this letter was written, obviously.
well, no, this was after the appeal.
Oh,
This was their
23,
writing
sorry.
to explain what was going on in
sorry.
July of 21. They didn't buy it till April 22. But at beginning in July of 21, they were seeking financing, and the financing was contemplated, as indicated by the Milestone Mortgage Solutions, it was contemplated that they would use rental income, and there are certain parameters that Fannie Mae will let you use for purposes of.
Well, again, this is one of those questions of burden of proof. We're not here to be sticklers. We're here actually to represent the property owners as well as the town's interests.
Yeah.
If we can continue this case and ask if they can provide information at the time, if once they've made a loan application and it's been approved, I think we could, what do you think? If they've got documentation of a loan application that's seriously in process with, or already approved prior to the
deep
posting
commitment,
dates.
yeah, but not, well prior to the posting day, I'd say
Well,
January.
okay, if
doesn't,
it's
6 months
February
before.
10th, that's a little bit
Pushing it.
shot, but if they did it in 2021.
Yeah, it takes months to do
It
these
takes
things.
months to get these
Yeah.
things going.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the town during those months was having very loud and very vocal discussions
Well, but,
regarding.
yes, but they're not necessarily in town, are they? They're contemplating buying something in town, and the loan officer has suggested that they can rent as part of the.
Right, and the seller probably was too. I mean, we're
Well,
just probablying here, but.
well,
yeah.
But
Thank
this
you,
also
guys.
states that Corey and his family could
My-
purchase their
my
investment
wrist
property.
thanks you
We're
very
not
much.
purchasing this
No.
to be a second.
It was a business.
A vacation. This was being bought
It's
to
a
be an
business.
investment.
I think that's just how they qualify it for loan purposes.
Yeah.
They do use it for family as well.
Well, I get that they use it 30% of the year for family trips. But so I guess my question would be, would they have qualified for this loan if it weren't being used for was that the deciding factor for them to be able to be qualified for the loan? It doesn't say that. It does say that indeed renting out will help cover the mortgage. And it said Corey's debt to income ratio was 49.9% when the guideline allows up to 50%. So they were under the debt to income ratio by only 0.1%. So ostensibly they were borderline when they purchased the property.
They could have afforded it, yeah.
I mean, I'm happy to try to find a copy of the application because I would submit that if the application was far enough along, I think there is an issue of vested rights.
Well, that's just it. Whether or not they qualified for, the point is, if they had made an application that was seriously in process and are already approved, let's just say for the sake of argument, if it was approved in November of 2021, well, they're already, they're in the process, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're committed.
They're committed, apart from the possibility of really having to slam on the brakes because of something that, and I would, anyway, what I would suggest is that we continue this case.
Yes.
Ask them to provide documentation that they had vested themselves financially in this before the posting of the ordinance in February of 2022.
Yeah.
Because if they were vested, then that is a grounds for grandfathering.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, the next question. This house wasn't used as a rental before that.
No.
But they intended to use it as a rental, and they're vested before the ordinance is posted. That's grounds for grandfather. I just want to make sure we're right.
That's a
we're
good point, yeah. Was it rented before or wasn't it?
It was not.
It was not. Let's assume it's not, but I think if
Yes.
they're vested with the intent of renting it.
Before the
the
ordinance
ordinance was
changed.
posted,
Yeah,
then
then I think
that's-
it's valid, yeah.
There's no evidence to show that this house was a short-term rental at any
No.
point before
That's
they
fine.
bought it.
So, yeah, they can provide that.
Just as a,
If we had it, we would have given it to you already. But there's no evidence that it
Yeah,
was
okay.
used
Let's
as a
not
short-term
look for
rental.
something that doesn't
but
exist.
they were purchasing the property with the full intention of using it
Correct.
as a rental property.
Yeah.
Well, then, I move that we continue this case till May 21st. What do we say, 6 PM?
6 p.m.
Yeah, I'll put the whole, yeah. Here.
Here or town hall?
I'm not sure where we're gonna be at that point in time.
Well, let's just use town hall, and if we have to change the place, then.
I'll let everybody know, like I have in the
Well,
past.
these cases in particular, the communication's easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll keep you, you know, where to show up.
I'll be either, I can go either place.
Hopefully,
Okay, so then now we get to look at case 2025.
well, we did,
23,
no one seconded your you didn't finish the motion
Oh, I'm sorry.
part. We
I
didn't even finish
moved.
the motion, we're going.
We moved, sorry, yes.
Yep, and the second?
The second,
I'll second.
Jennifer seconds. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, we moved this case. You can tell I'm getting a little punchy.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, 2025.
Me.
Hang on a second.
Okay.
As a rental.
It's in 2 months when I have to go back to this.
All right, I'm gonna read it. Case 2325, continued January 17th, 24, February 21st, 24, March 2024. Appeal from an administrative decision from Rishi Saxena and Abhishek Saha, 80 Oak Ridge Road, tax map 101, lot 6, to determine whether or not their circumstance allows for short-term rentals relating to a denial from Robert Boyd, Code Enforcement Officer, dated November 7th, 2023, as to Article 4, Section 4.6A of the Town of Madison zoning ordinance. And I apologize if I botched their names. Certifieds were done on March 11th. Postings done March 12th. Posted in the paper March 13th, and I'm good on certifieds.
Okay. Any conflict of interest?
No.
No. No, okay. No waiver requests, regional impact? No. Okay. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is hearing 2325. I'm Matt Johnson, to represent Abhishek Sahai and Rishi Saxena. They purchased the property in September of 2022. It is in 80 Oak Ridge Drive and 8 Vice Drive. I'm going to hand up just their statement, just in terms of explaining the care and attention they take. I would also add that they, before buying the property, they did consult the town website, which I've already provided that documentation before, which even to this date does not clearly specify that short-term rentals are not allowed. They bought it in September, tried to start doing in rentals after that, and then received the cease and desist letter. There is no prior rental history in this property. It was not used as a short-term rental before this. So the basis for approving this appeal would be my constitutional arguments that I presented previously. That would be the grounds for it. Plus, just the fact that they did check the website and there was and relied on that website, and in fact, that website does not indicate that the ordinance had been changed or that there was no longer short-term rentals. Even as of last hearing, when I presented the evidence from the website, it still suggested you could do short-term rentals, which is now, of course, severely restricted. So, but again, no prior use of the property. They bought it in September of 22 after the ordinance changed.
Okay, so the relevant findings of fact, which we need to identify here, are: 1, September of 2022 is the purchase date. 2, they, I don't want to use the word felt, they believed
They understood.
that short-term rentals were permitted based on the town's website.
I don't think we can say that, because I don't know, we're speaking for them. We don't know what they believed.
Well, wait a minute, they got a letter right here. What did they say?
There's no neighbors and town regulations as
Our
of a
properties,
critical.
it just says, we purchased the aforementioned in September and commenced renting it the following month of October after furnishing it. In addition to renting, we utilize the property for personal purposes, typically visiting once a month. It doesn't say. Our decision to engage is driven by several factors, all of which contribute positively to the vitality of our town. Short-term rentals play a significant role in supporting local economic growth by attracting visitors. By welcoming guests to our property, we directly contribute to the prosperity of our community. It
Can I-
mentions nothing about.
Can I,
that-
it's.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
have to give you a redacted copy, so some of this, just to be clear, this is, this is an email from them to me. It's that bottom paragraph, and where they do indicate that's the source of the statement of what, that they looked at the town website and consulted agents before purchasing the property.
Okay,
And
so.
I'm happy to clip that, and I can send
You
that
send
to
me, yeah.
Kate, so she has that for the file.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the bottom line is that,
There's
They
ambiguity on the
consulted our
website.
website. I can't say what they believe because that's speaking for them. We can say that by their
Yeah.
actions, they consulted the website.
right.
And subsequently rented their property. That's what they did. They looked at the website and rented the property. We don't know what they understood, but
Well, if they rented the property after consulting the website, we can presume they understood that it wasn't illegal.
I'm
Yeah.
not sure to think for people.
Well, they said.
It says before
Yeah.
they bought.
We can't
Before they
think
bought.
for
Before they
people.
My issue is that a reasonable individual, when you look at the wording on our website, it specifically says that if you have further questions to contact town hall. It
Yeah.
says short-term and/or long-term rentals. It discusses rentals, period. So I would think, going by the prudent mariner rule, if you will, that an individual who is about to invest a significant amount of money, it's one of the largest purchases you're ever gonna make in your lifetime, and you believe that this property should be able to be used as a short-term rental, why would you not consult town hall when it specifically states right there in black and white
Yeah,
to contact town hall?
yeah. Particularly since it's ambiguous. I mean, to the
Particularly.
point, to Mr. Johnson's point, there is ambiguity on the website.
Correct.
All the more reason to then try and clarify that ambiguity by talking to town hall, or going
Picking
to a
up the
town
phone,
meeting,
call town hall.
or asking your realtor to
Send
do it,
an
or
email.
whatever. Yeah. Asking your realtor to check it out, do something.
I would also, and this is my own personal opinion, that I believe at that time when this was written on the website, because the website goes back years, that short-term rentals was anything less than a year at that point. It was, if you were doing seasonal and/or month-to-month, any of those kinds of things.
Mm-hmm. Well,
It included that, but
Yeah, okay,
that's
but,
a whole different piece.
I just think due diligence of buying a vacation property is to find out everything you can about it, and the town it's in, and the rules and regulations that town has. I mean, because it is one of the biggest investments you're ever going to make. And if you're doing it with a view to it being an income, then you should check you can do that. Double check, yeah, measure twice, cut once. So, do your homework.
yeah, it's a complicated one. Okay, so
Yeah.
we've got, there's only a couple of findings of fact. One is the date of the purchase, which clearly is after the date of the change of the ordinance.
Right. You can state the date that they started renting.
Yeah, when did they start renting?
I saw that a minute ago,
Yeah, I think it was like,
Following month.
September or something, I can't remember now.
They-
You have
October
it there,
Yeah.
Sharon.
in
22.
October.
yeah, it says, commenced renting it the following month of October.
They
After
purchased in
furnishing it.
September and they rented it immediately.
October.
Yeah, in October. And they come for their own time, which is all very well and good, but.
Okay, so what I just scribbled down for findings of fact is that purchase date was September 22, first rental was October 2022. They consulted the website before renting. There's ambiguity on the website, which they...
Indicates to contact town hall.
Yeah, which indicates to contact town hall, which they apparently
clarity.
didn't do.
Well, we don't know if they did or they didn't, actually. They
Yeah.
still went ahead and rented. We really don't know if they contacted town
Okay,
hall or
you're
not.
right, okay, there was
you know?
ambiguity in which contact hall. Okay, that's as much as we know.
Yeah.
Okay, so straight up, you know, ignorance is no excuse.
No.
I think there was a whole section on that with regards to some other piece of the grandfathering, but basically, I think, you know, there was a whole statement in there that said, just because you didn't know, doesn't mean you can continue to do, or do what you want to do.
Right.
Well, okay, you have a suggestion for a motion to deny the appeal?
I motion that we deny the appeal based on the lack of prior renting.
Lack of prior rental history or something?
Yeah, lack of prior rental
Thank you.
history.
Well, they didn't appeal,
Prior-
they didn't appeal for grandfather clause.
What did they appeal for then?
Well, or what did they appeal? What was the actual?
What are they asking?
We're getting tired.
Under the appeal based on the constitutional arguments that the
Uh-huh.
ordinance doesn't apply the way you think it does.
Right,
There are
okay.
challenges, so there's a pure constitutional challenge.
Okay, so we move to, let me just catch the wording to
Right, deny.
deny the appeal. Okay, now we're gonna have to
Why?
haul out the wording of our,
Well, you,
well, the point is their appeal is based on the constitutional
Constitutional.
articles.
Right.
Right.
Plus,
So,
this home didn't have previous.
well, no, it didn't. They don't claim it, and it's just, it's not relevant to the,
I don't have a say in that.
well, we can say that as part of the statements of fact, that it has no previous rental history.
I'm sorry, did you have a question, or?
Yes, I'm in a butter to this piece of property,
Yes.
the only a butter, I think.
Excuse me.
So you're gonna have to
and-
be sworn in, and we need your name.
Yeah, okay, so, let me just go through the,
They took your chair too.
Pardon?
they took your chair.
Drew, will this help you?
Okay.
Drew?
Well,
This was the Burns one that you denied last month. No parental history. You want
Yeah,
that?
it
Hang on,
might
can
be
we
helpful,
switch
yes,
this?
There you
just
go.
set that right there for the
All right.
moment. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you swear that the
doing?
testimony that you give pertaining to this case will be truthful under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
And step up to the mic so that they can go on the record and state your name and what would you like to say?
My name is Holly Maudsley, and I'm a butter to this,
To the microphone.
pardon?
Closer so that you can hear, okay.
Okay. It is, because I have lived in the Village District for 40 years, it has always been a rental piece, a rental area, and we have lived through a ton load of changes and all kinds of turnovers, short-term, every weekend, that kind of short-term rental. We have not been bothered by anybody making excessive noise, and when we have been, we have called the local police department and had them make a visit, and the noise has stopped. As far as this property goes, and the pattern that these people have adopted, there is very little noise, no matter how many cars there are in their drive. So I have no idea how they're filtering their people. it is interesting to me that people who object to the short-term rentals do not understand that if they are short-term rentals on a weekend, they go away. And then I have 5 days worth of quiet. If there is a change in that property that is full-time, we may be dealing with families that have 4 children, and they are noisy 7 days a week. So from our perspective, after having lived through all of the short-term rental time for 40 years, we are not opposed to short-term rentals. These people next to us have done a very good job of filtering. So perhaps other people need to take that clue and be more discerning about who they rent to. I don't know why all of a sudden there has been a short-term rental objection. It may be from new homeowners, I don't know. But for us, we would like to see the short-term rentals. And that's all I have to say about this property next door.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Your seat's there if you want.
There's a chair now.
Oh, thanks a lot. I'm supposed to be burning calories.
All right.
So,
That's interesting, but. Motion on the floor. I'm trying to-
Yeah, these are the findings of fact from one of our other cases. We will have the arguments pro and con listed in the minutes as regarding the thing. Won't you read that out loud?
you want me to read the
Yeah,
findings of
because,
fact?
Mr. Johnson needs to hear that.
In the case 2319, the findings of fact are the property was purchased by the applicant in October of 2022. The applicant did not appear to be aware of the ordinance change of March 2022. There is no evidence that the property had been rented in the year before the posting of the ordinance in February of 2022. The last documented rental was 2013. The applicant based his decision to rent on the comments by family and friends regarding the alleged common practice of short-term rental in Edelweiss. The definition of a dwelling unit in the Madison zoning ordinance prohibits the transient rental of property for periods of 30 days or less. And number 6, an owner is never transient in his own property. The Zoning Board of Adjustment at their February 19th, 2025 meeting moved to deny the appeal from administrative decision by a roll call vote of 5-0.
So one avenue we have is to simply reword a few of those statements or eliminate them. You know, if our intent is to deny the ordinance, so we could accept the first one with the date change, which is the property was purchased in September 2022. The applicant, we can then add the first rental was in October 2022. No evidence that the property had been rented in the year before the posting of the ordinance of February 2022. That's an important statement of fact because it establishes the fact there's no claim for grandfathering. The applicant based his decision to rent. Here, this statement has to be significantly on, or how we,
Adjusted to our purpose, to this case's purpose.
right, yeah. And then the last two are fine. Definition of dwelling unit, et cetera, et cetera. The 5 and 6 would be the same. So basically, apart from adding number 2, which is the first date of the rental of October 2022, and adjusting the date of the purchase, we really need to reword number 4 or leave it out. applicant based his decision to rent on an incomplete understanding of the town's ordinances and policies.
More about their awareness of.
What's that?
Their awareness.
Their
of.
knowledge of them. Knowledge,
Incomplete awareness of,
not awareness.
I didn't hear you, Jennifer.
I would go with knowledge, not
Incomplete
awareness.
knowledge.
Incomplete knowledge, applicant-based decision. I don't want to write on this.
You can write on that.
I can?
Online. Oh, yeah.
No, this is the
That's
original.
not an original.
Here.
Oh, it's on. Alrighty.
No, but you, I brought my
Okay, so, number one, you got number one, right, to change a date? We're adding number two, which is first rental. Is September, is October of 2022.
Raise the same.
Three is no evidence of property. That's number two in this one. No, that's number three in this one.
Yep, oh, I follow you.
Okay, number four is the one we're trying to rewrite.
Right.
So, the applicant based,
His decision to rent on,
wait, this is a plural, right? There's applicants.
yeah, there's two.
Applicants based their decision.
To rent on,
On incomplete knowledge. Of the town's zoning ordinance. That's probably sufficient, right?
okay, and then 5 and 6.
Definition of dwelling unit, 5 and 6 is fine, right? Mhm.
And there's conditions on that one, that's, right?
What's that?
There's conditions, isn't there, at the bottom?
Well, but
They don't apply,
this
right?
one, yeah, because,
Okay.
no, because there's no evidence of rental, and more specifically in the year prior to posting, does not qualify as a pre-existing non-conforming use. And the Madison, okay, we can say, well, because statements are important.
Leave those in,
Well,
or
the first one has to be adjusted. There is no evidence of rental
Prior to
prior to 2022,
February of 2022.
evidence
right,
of rental
in the year prior to February 2022.
in the year prior to
February 2022,
22, and then.
so it does not
So
qualify
the
as a
property does not qualify
as a pre-existing non-conforming use. And the Madison zoning ordinance prohibits the transient rental of property for periods of 30 days or less as of March 2022. That should do it. Okay.
As
Okay. Who moved that?
Oh,
Did I
hold
move
on.
that?
I think you motioned, I
We
second.
did, yeah, no, we didn't get that far. You went through all the discussion and all that, so.
Okay, so moved, second?
Second, yep.
Sharon
George beat
seconded. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 4.
This is gonna be awful.
Okay, so we deny that application. Okay, and the same formal issues here. Why are they all page 1? Another page 1. If one wishes to appeal, one must act within 30 days of the date on this notice, day 1 being the day after the date of decision. The necessary first step before any appeal may be taken to a higher court is to apply to the Board of Adjustment for a rehearing. The motion for a rehearing must set forth the grounds on which you will base your appeal. Board members are advised to refrain from any discussion of the appeal with other board members and all parties to the appeal until all further appeal periods have expired. Thank you.
All right, we're not done yet. Well, we have to deal with, we have to talk about youth next.
Oh, gosh.
Yep.
What do we
You.
need to do?
So, Bill left, so I don't know what he's gonna do. If he's gonna run for, is he gonna be appointed for
Well,
3
we'll
years or
just
what?
call him. I'll call him tomorrow.
Thank you guys for staying late to get through those. I appreciate it.
Thank
Have a good night.
All right, I'll be looking for your FedEx on Friday. Okay, all right.
So, wait, we had one more case on the docket. Do we have to?
We're not, we already
we're not-
told
we
Peter we
don't.
weren't gonna be able to reach it.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have
Sorry,
to
Peter.
formally declare that we're not going to get to it?
Figured I'd wait just to find out, make sure.
Well, we haven't opened it, so.
We haven't even
it's a matter
opened
of
it yet.
continuing. Yeah.
No, we don't, I'm not continuing it, but at least
No.
formally.
So you'll be
announce
on
that
the
we're not
next
gonna
one,
open it
next-
because- Because of the.
Okay, we are formally announcing
Yeah.
that. It's after 10 o'clock and we're not opening the next case.
If you guys leave, shut off the lights and shut the door.
Do I have to set an alarm?
The, what's their face? The janitors are here, right?
I don't have
Yeah,
the
she just
code.
asked me, she said if you leave.
Stay that way. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
It's like never
See you,
learning to
Peter.
type. Thanks, Peter. It's like
So,
never learning to type.
George is also up, and I don't know what you want to do.
Oh.
How you feeling?
Well, this has not been my,
Most favorite thing.
love job, okay?
No, it's not mine either.
No, and it's, you know, I admire each and every one of the, that I've worked with, but I just, I have a stomach issue coming over to this, because I don't have a sense of legalese. I go back to, what was her name,
Are we still in the meeting?
Emily Bartlett, Phoebe.
Baby.
He was in, Drew has the same type of thinking, and I just, of all the jobs that, and volunteer jobs that I've had, this one is not comfortable for me. But, having said that, I mean, I feel like I'm the guy that gives you the fifth yes, or the, you know, whatever. But it's not my, comfort zone.
Yeah.
So, you know, and especially in these type of cases, this guy, he can read. Yeah, no, no.
We need
But
help.
I think this is the hardest job along with the planning board in
In
town.
town. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, and my first.
yeah, Baysville. So,
This,
I
I
mean,
think Bill left
I'd
this.
like to think if Bill
left
can,
all this stuff.
you know, you've got, I was looking at the numbers, you still have 7 people.
We don't have Jake anymore.
You still have 6
Well,
people.
we're gonna need more people. People is not something that should drive your decision, except that you said that you wouldn't let us down in the process of the current
Right.
cases.
Right, and I'll stay to get you through this,
The cell phone tower case. would be
yeah, the cell,
wonderful because
yeah.
Yeah, and
That's fine.
Yeah,
So
we
they
got,
could reappoint you.
we basically just, we have, I would say, 2 easy cases left in the
Not trying to
short-term
rush out
rental.
the door, but
and
I'm
they
freezing.
could reappoint you for a year, but then you don't have to do
Right,
it
and that
here.
Drew and I
Right.
talked about that.
Right.
I don't, so once we get the monopole and don't get any other type of
Right.
things.
I mean,
Yeah,
at least get us through that because I'm gonna be really short.
I love sheds, I loved
Short-handed.
those kind of
Sheds.
things. You know, give me all of those, but this kind of stuff is just,
I know. Well,
I admire all of you guys for handling this. So,
Well, okay, yeah, so formally,
and
the best
garages,
procedure is to be approved for the time, because then you,
Right.
that keeps you official.
Yep.
And then give us your resignation when you've completed the test.
good.
Do we need
And
to
the
vote
rest of us need to ask people to join the zoning board.
Do we need to vote on that or do anything?
No,
okay.
that's an appointment by the selectmen and a,
So
and a
I will let Linda
resi-
know that you will,
Well,
Officially, he's signing up for another year, but he's
another
intending
year,
to,
but
Right.
we know, okay.
he's intending to resign as soon as he completes.
So you're gonna come up
yeah.
in
Ready
2026. if
I
I
have an early
heard
morning
right.
tomorrow too, that was ready.
Right.
And then Bill, I can shoot Bill an email tomorrow, because I gotta get an answer from him, so I'll shoot him an email in the morning and ask.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was only on a one-year appointment. Oh, because he was originally an alternate, or is that what it was?
Yeah.
And we've clarified Jennifer, because she was originally an alternate too, right?
Jennifer's good till 27.
Yeah.
Mark's good
Oh,
till
good.
26. Everybody else is good. Just Bill, I will email him
Do
in
you
the
realize how
morning
old
because I
I'll
gotta
be
get
in
to Linda so
27?
that we can get the oaths and everything ready and all that.
You're only
stuff.
as old
as you feel. And then one
About
other
90,
thing,
right?
just to give you an idea budget-wise where we are, we're gonna be over with Attorney Sullivan, so. just be
Define we're
prepared.
gonna be over.
What's-
I mean, we're not gonna be over, we're gonna be under, we're gonna have spent our budget, pretty much.
Already.
Pretty so close.
It's
And we're gonna
March.
have some of the STR money coming back in, but we're gonna be pretty close after, I mean, last meeting was 1598.
Jeepers criminy.
Wow.
Well, because he's coming from.
Well, that's part of the
Concord.
problem, is it's a
It's
4
travel.
hour, it's
Which
4
one,
hours of
Chris
commuting
or-
that you're paying for.
Right, and, I mean, they have the right to charge that. I mean, I did it.
Is this
When I
Chris?
traveled for closings, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, well,
not
I
Chris.
mean, this
Tim.
isn't a complaint about his fees. The problem
No.
is, we ended up having, I mean, we're paying 2 attorneys right now is what it boils down to. And of course, Chris is a deal partially because he's on retainer for some of his stuff, right? So some of the
For
stuff
the
does,
STR stuff comes out of,
right.
Comes
but-
out of that
But do we pay
$80,000
him
that-
by the hour? He's on a retainer, so the first X number of hours is automatic?
no, he gets by the hour.
He gets by the
They
hour.
all do by the hour.
Okay.
They don't want, none of them work for retainers. Even Tim wouldn't make us do a retainer, which was nice, because, to come up with that money up front for a retainer. Because usually the retainer's around $5,000. So,
Yeah.
when I talked with Tim, I stressed that could he not do that, so.
Yeah, no, well, that's understandable, particularly for someone that's
Right.
short-term, but that's someone like Chris, if we, but that's all right.
So I just want to keep you aware, I've spent $36.66 with him already, and I know tonight's going to bring us it's going to bring us over our legal line, so, and with a little bit of give and take on the STR stuff. But I just want to, I print them out so I can keep you guys in the loop of what's going on. And I'm sure we're going to have Tim again probably the next 2 meetings.
Well, we may not, well, I don't know.
Because he's gonna also have to help with, writing some of our things too. Because I've never done a cell phone tower, I have no clue.
Yeah, well, maybe with actually with a little bit of luck, we might get to the point of
What's yours?
beginning the deliberations. And once we've done deliberations,
Adjourn.
once we've done the deliberations, then we can,
Hopefully we can get to that point.
yeah.
It's not.
Well, but the point is that once we've done 1 or 2 of them with him, we may be able to do the rest of them without him, because then we've established a pattern of what's needed if we don't complete them all. Okay, let's adjourn so that we can,
I make a motion that we adjourn.
I second it.
all in favor?
Aye. I'm done.
All right. Get these tables down, right?